So first off, I just really want to thank all of you for coming, because we've had lots of informational meetings with obviously with our staff and with leaders, talking about all of the reasons why they support the contract, why they urge us to ratify it, et cetera. But there hasn't been the inclusion of voices that may have concerns or may disagree about certain things in those informational sessions. And while tonight is not about telling anybody how to vote, that is your private personal decision. We did want to create, and I want to really honor Heather Ashley for coming up with this idea of wanting to create an environment where our members could at least hear the opinions of those who do have concerns or did vote no, in case that's helpful for you in your own decision making, or if you've already made your decision, at least to be aware of some of those concerns. So I just want you all to know that tonight is about making sure those of you who want to express an opinion of dissent, those of you who have questions, that you're going to be met with love, with appreciation. The fact that you have the courage to actually, raise a concern as opposed to just going along is such an important thing, and I honor you for that. It's not easy to take a dissenting opinion. And so you will be, we're not here to invalidate anybody, to disrespect, insult, gaslight anybody who has a concern. In fact, if we didn't have people who dissented or raised concerns, society would never progress. Organizations would not self-correct when they're in error. So having our members be the first ones to stand up and say, I'm not sure I agree with this, or I don't agree with this. I mean, we have a duty to do that when we're on sets or when we see violations of our contract or violations of our membership rules. So the union should be the first and foremost safe place to be a dissenter, as long as we can encourage each other to engage in that with respect and solidarity with each other, that we're doing this because we love what we do and we love our union, not because we have any opposition or, that we have any ill intent. This is all because we want the best for each other. We may just have different ideas of how to get there. Obviously, the meeting is being recorded in that way. We had so many requests of people who were like, if I can't make it, I'd love to see a replay. So just know that that's happening. We have a few people on the panel here who are local or national board members, and we'll have them introduce themselves and why they're here in a moment. But I just wanted to open up and set the room that way, that tonight, if you have concerns or questions, this is your time to be heard and validated for that. We do want to make sure we correct misinformation, because in some cases, somebody may be concerned about something that's actually not a problem if you know the correct information. So we do want to make sure that if you have questions, you can get answers, or that if we hear misinformation, we'll correct it, because we really should be focused on the stuff that's factual, not the stuff that's not. So with that said, we'll have a 3-minute clock. So please try to keep your questions or comments under 3 minutes. It never feels good to cut someone off. So you'll see the timer in the upper right-hand corner or left-hand corner of my screen. You probably see it right now as an example. So just know that that'll be happening, and we don't want to cut you off. So please try to be mindful of that. Without further ado, I'm Sean Sharma. I'm a local and national board member out of the Los Angeles local. I was one of the 14% of the national board that voted against ratifying this agreement. And some of you might have seen some of the press or interviews I've given where I detailed some of my concerns. So to the extent that my opinion can be helpful, also as a member of the negotiating committee, I would love to answer whatever questions you want, or if there's anything you want to hear directly from me, I wanted to make myself available for that. And then I want to turn it over to our moderator for tonight, Heather Ashley. Heather, would you please introduce yourself and maybe share what we talked about before about why you wanted to do this?
Yes, of course. So hello, everyone. My name is Heather Ashley Boyer, and I'm an actor and AI safety advocate as of recent. I first learned about AI 3.5 years ago just by coming across a video on YouTube. It was through a YouTube channel called Cold Fusion, and it's all about like cutting edge technology and all of that. So I saw that back then. They were talking about singularity and all this stuff, and I was like, oh, that's pretty out there. And fast forward to now, and we're kind of talking about that. Like, this is the topic of conversation. This is the hottest topic, it seems like. I've been talking about it on the picket line since day one. That's kind of my area of focus. And I wanted to hold this discussion because I feel like SAG-AFTRA has very much presented their views of why this is a great contract and why we can wait 2.5 more years to renegotiate. But I personally didn't feel that way from a perspective of AI. I have personal concerns that I've talked with board, people, Duncan, about. I went to the LA town hall meeting, and that's kind of how I first really got involved in everything. So,
and could you share, Heather Ashley, could you share why you spoke up at the mic at the Palladium?
Yeah, so I honestly was really scared to speak up. But I really felt that I was scared because obviously, being a voice of dissent or differing of opinion, there's a huge risk of backlash and retaliation. And especially for me personally, I am very much like more of a newcomer to the industry. And I feel like even though I've been in the industry for a number of years, I'm still at that beginning stage, which the union is really built to protect those people who are at my level and people who don't have much leverage, who can't negotiate their own contracts, who don't have the name status, the power, the team, the legal team. So it was really scary, but I was literally like shaking. I was like short of breath, and I kind of am now, but I'm really driven to talk about this because I feel like not everyone in Hollywood is as aware as I am of some of the technological developments that have been made. And I happen to have access to experts. I graduated from Cornell University with a Bachelor of Science. And so I happened to know a researcher who is a postdoc at MIT. And I did an AI panel with him and another actor, Melissa Medina, on Friday, where he educated a lot of members about where AI is headed. I've also attended the VFX presentations, which have been great. Eric Pasoja and who else? There have been a couple other VFX presentations, which have all been very informative, but have not been comprehensive in the way that I was hoping. So that's where I was like, hey, there's this gap here. I'm going to step up and do what I can to contribute to educating everybody from what I know. So, I think that's
great. That's great, Heather. Actually, thank you so much for that, and thanks for creating this opportunity for us to do this. I'd love to introduce the other members of the panel here. First and foremost, Anne-Marie Johnson. Some of you already know Anne-Marie, who served with distinction for our union for a long time. And has been a mentor for me as well as a trailblazer. And so, Anne-Marie, you made it safer for all of us to vote our conscience in that boardroom. And I want to thank you for that. And so please, would love for you to introduce yourself and why you wanted to participate tonight.
So briefly, thank you. Thank you for tonight. I think this is fantastic. I believe that there are a lot of members who still have yet voted. Yes, I was one of the first to vote no in the boardroom. I thought it was important for me to do that and do that quickly to allow others who are new to the board or may have felt a little more intimidated by some of the hard sell to vote no. So I'm sorry that it didn't trigger a minority report, but we can get into that later because that was really all about the political machinations of the current SAG-AFTRA board. This is not SAG legacy any longer. It's a complete change of philosophy because we merged, unfortunately, back in 2012. So we're dealing with a different mindset with regard to our contracts. I am completely team Justine Bateman. She knows exactly what she's talking about. So in shorthand, obviously, I voted no. I've been on multiple negotiating committees, and this is without question the worst contract I've ever seen presented to the membership. Regardless of the minimum increases and other achievements, the streaming proposals and AI will be the end of our business. There is no way we're going to be able to unring this bell. I was part of the negotiations of our basic cable agreement back in 2006, and that took 26 years to renegotiate. So there is no going back. There is no give us a chance in a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years. This is it. The scare tactics that have been used by our union have been very effective. But if by chance, if God drops everything else and this contract is not ratified, we go right back to our 2020 contract, which is much more stronger with regard to AI because it doesn't exist in our 2020 contract, which de facto means our employers would not be able to utilize that technology. So I'm here to listen. I'm here to answer any historical questions about the questionable history of negotiations. And I just really appreciate all of you taking time out of your busy schedules to be here.
That's so great. Thank you, Anne-Marie, for being here with us. Next, I want to introduce Thomas Ochoa, who is not only now a newly elected Los Angeles local board member, but also has been such a force in our communications committee to try to help increase the amount of information and transparency our members receive from their union. And so please, Thomas, would love for you to introduce yourself and why you're here.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, thanks for that intro, Sean. Super excited to be on this panel with all of y'all. And thanks, Heather Ashley, for holding the space for us. Like Sean said, I'm a newly elected LA local board member. Also have sat on the LA local communications, next gen performers, and responsible strike preparedness committees. I'm also one of the founding volunteers of Auditions or Work, which is a grassroots organization that advocates for the enforcement of the existing audition pay provisions in our contract, but also just contract literacy. I got involved with union politics in 2020 during the last ratification vote because the way that was messaged was confusing to me. The way the election was run was confusing to me. I didn't understand the sort of complicated communication that exists within our union's community. And I wanted to figure out where that was coming from and ultimately decided to get involved to try and fix that. Like Anne-Marie, I had a lot of issues with this tentative agreement. I voted no early and have done my best in the most respectable way possible to communicate why. And why that's important to me is because it became really clear that there's work to be done in terms of holding space for an important conversation like this. It's a big, important contract negotiation, and it's a big, important labor union. And there's a lot of really important issues at stake. And we need to be able to talk this stuff out. You know, we haven't, as members, been able to weigh in on this negotiation since last winter, almost a year ago, the W&W started. And then the voting members of the NEDCOM got to weigh in, and then the national board got to weigh in, and now we get to weigh in. And I think it's really, really important that members be able and feel free to sort of champion or question whatever aspects of this deal that they want. Like you were saying, Heather Ashley, it can be really scary to be a dissenting voice. You can be really intimidated, especially because we're all colleagues in this union, but there are power dynamics based on the nature of our work and in the nature of how accessible positions of leadership are to people. There's all kinds of complicated dynamics that go into how it feels to sort of disagree with people in positions of leadership and people in positions of being famous people. And part of why that sort of difficult communication is important to me is because I'm a half Mexican drag queen from, you know, a trailer in Arizona. Like, there's no reason anyone thought I was going to make it in Hollywood. So I'm not afraid of anything or anyone or speaking about anything. And my goal is to do whatever I can to facilitate that sort of like open, important, fearless communication for all of our members. So I'm really excited to be here with you all and to hear what you all have to say and what you think and sort of build that community together.
Beautifully stated, Thomas, as always. Thank you. And then, of course, next is a fellow educator. We met when we taught over at USC with Kevin McCorkle, who I know is on here, was one of my beloved ride or die mentors in union service. And that's Christian Telesmar, who's also a newly elected Los Angeles local board member. But we just talked like a year ago, and man, did that take off.
It might be a year to this. It might be a year this week. We first met, and look where we are now, Sean.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, my name is Christian Telesmar. Like Sean said, I am a newly elected LA local board member along with Thomas Ochoa. And I am very passionate about diversity, equity, and inclusion in our union. I'm also the co-chair of the Responsible Strike Preparedness Committee in the LA local. I'm also a part of the orientation subcommittee. If you do not know, we hold orientations of our union every month. I'm doing it tomorrow at 1 p.m. So if you want to come by, look on the website. Please come. It's very educational. Oh, Wednesday. Today's Monday. I'm already ready for Tuesday, everybody. I'm already ready for Tuesday. It's Wednesday at 1 o'clock. Thank you for correcting that, Sean.
Yeah.
But please come out and see that and get to know about your union, which leads to why I'm so passionate about being here today. I am very passionate about union governance. What I learned in the last year alone, I've been a part of the union for the last 10 years, but what I learned in the last year has changed my whole perspective of how this union operates. I was very surprised to even know we had party systems. I just wasn't that involved to even know there was all this stuff that's going on. And so I was at first disheartened. I didn't want to jump in. I didn't want to get involved. I was just like, as long as I can book a role, I'll be okay. But I realized there was more responsibility than that. I'm a member of an organization. I'm a member of a community. It's beyond just trying to look out for myself. And once I made that decision, not just to look out for myself, I couldn't turn away. I had to keep going in. And as I kept going in, I found more and more information. Things that I just found out even just recently, not recently as in now, but recently as this past year, is that our negotiating committee is made up of 43, 44 people, but only 17 actually vote. So when they say there was a unanimous decision that it passed the negotiating committee, that means only 17 of those people chose that. The other 30 something didn't actually have a voice in that vote. So it wasn't technically unanimous of all the negotiating committee members. It's just those little details that are very interesting to how our union promotes them and says them and it shares them with our membership. Is very interesting to see and observe once you know the details. And so that got me very excited to jump in as much as I could. And that's why I'm glad to be a part of the board. I'm very passionate about contract literacy. That's why I'm very passionate about us getting the MOA this time, and I'm glad we did. It was very monumental for us to get the MOA, and it took all of us in this room and more to make sure that happened. And I don't expect it to stop. I expect us to get MOAs every contract negotiation because I think it's very important. So your impact, your voice is very important. It's already changing the union. So just trust that it has power. And I'm really excited to share with you any ideas or any points I have on why I voted no. I will have not been quiet about my vote. I said I was voting no on Monday, the day after we got the vote from the national board, and I said why. And people said I didn't know what I was talking about, but now they see what I'm talking about. And I think it's important to know where the information is coming from. So I'm happy to share where I'm getting my information from, why I have those beliefs, but AI is on the top of my mind. Auditions on the top of my mind. Like Thomas Ochoa, I'm a founding member and founding volunteer of Auditions Our Work, which is focused on contract literacy and educating our members on their contractual right to audition payments. It is in our contract, and AMPTP is definitely going after it right now. If you did not know, it's getting hit in this contract very bigly. I'm gonna use bigly as a term because that's how I feel. So thank you for taking the time to be here. Thank you, Heather Ashley, for hosting this and moderating this, and I'm really excited to talk to you all.
Wonderful. So before I turn it over to you, Heather Ashley, to ask some questions, I do just want to say to the entire body who's here, which is this is not an official SAG-AFTRA event, so you're just going to be hearing our opinions as individuals, although, of course, our leadership positions indicate that we are involved in the leadership structure, of course. And then just a couple of quick things that I wanted to kind of point out to get the ball rolling. You can absolutely direct questions to an individual member of the panel if you would like, so please feel welcome to do that. Please do try to keep your language and your questions respectful, both in how you speak about, even if you're, there's the tone that has come from our union, and I think this started with the very first webinar that we had on the Monday following the national board meeting, where our president referred to anybody who disagrees as poisoned by contrarians or as naysayers or as low level. There was a tone that was established that I think led to an escalation of the kind of, I don't know, bad feeling. Like, I feel like it changed the discourse from one that was respectful right away to one of being on the defensive just because you had a different point of view. And so, and it kind of felt elitist, et cetera. And what really disappointed me about that, and I texted Fran this at the time, is I said, gosh, that's so not that, like, you're not showing the person who I grew to really love and support over the last couple of years of her presidency and certainly being on the negotiating committee. My dissent has nothing to do with a lack of love and respect for any of the negotiating committee members. Everybody tried their best. Many of you know me as somebody who's been speaking out in the past about what I saw as institutional corruption or authoritarianism or suppression of freedom of speech or whatever. And I am proud to say that that was not part of this process. This process was handled with integrity, from the W&Ws to the plenary to the assembly of the package into the negotiations. The only thing that I felt was lacking in integrity was the national board meeting that was just scheduled with too little time for our national board members to even know what they were voting on. And so if the national board was not going to exercise its oversight over this deal, it really falls to the membership to exercise that oversight. And so I don't consider this ratification process as merely a formality or symbolic or, that there's only one right answer, because if we miss something, you're our last hope to save us from an error that was approved by 17 voting members of the negotiating committee. So I just wanted to say that I hope in this forum, we can de-escalate, take a step back and express our, either disappointments or our disagreements in a way that doesn't put us back onto a defensive or hostile kind of track. One other thing that I did want to say is that, when they say, when anybody says we'll get it next time, part of why I think that's such a frustrating, evasive answer is because none of them can guarantee they'll be here 3 years from now. We don't know who the president is going to be in 2026. We don't know who the NED is going to be in 2026. Duncan signed a 4-year extension last year, but David White signed a 3-year extension and left a year into it. And that's how Duncan ascended. None of the people who are on the negotiating committee are guaranteed a spot on the next one. And so my concern is that it's easy to say we'll get it next time when really you won't be the one having to fight for it in the future. And that concerns me because the knowledge that this particular collection of people gained over a year of working on this may be diminished in the future, where they'll be starting, if not from scratch, at least in those intimate discussions where you spend thousands of hours together pouring through this stuff, we'll lose some of that. So just wanted to, share that about it because I think it was brought up in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, they may not be here to that. It's kind of like a generational debt that's being passed down to the next team. So Heather Ashley, let me turn it over to you to ask some questions and get the conversation going. And then as quickly as possible, we've got all these wonderful hands up, 21 at this point. So we'll go to the hands. So Heather.
Awesome. Thomas, I had a quick question for you. I love what you've been posting on social media, and I saw you posted the post about union workers reject deals all the time and actually come out on top, and they come away with better deals. I would love to hear you elaborate on that and what you learned.
Totally. I'm really glad Christian brought up the fact that we have these recurrent membership orientations because they're not required when you join SAG-AFTRA. So I joined SAG-AFTRA at the very beginning of 2016, and I didn't attend a membership orientation until 2022 because I didn't have to. And you learn so much in it. And even as much as I learned in orientation, you walk away realizing that SAG-AFTRA doesn't always act like a labor union in the way that other labor unions act, in the way that performers as unionized laborers don't always think of themselves like other unionized laborers in other industries. So when this strike was going for it, you know what I mean? Month 2, month 3, we're still in it. I'm Mr. Wikipedia. I just like to know stuff. I wanted to know, what is it like when unions are going through this? How how does that actually go? And then you realize that there's not always this like single choice that the membership has to make after a tentative deal is announced. It's not that, you just sort of like leave it up to the negotiators and then like you automatically just trust that and vote yes. There's actually a long historical precedent of unions that like get a tentative deal and they look at it and they debate it and then they vote on it and they reject it and then they have to go back to the table and they have to renegotiate. It happens all the time. It happened like 4 times in this past year, or a handful of times in this past year. It's happening in Canada all over the place right now. And part of why I'm so passionate about this is because the space isn't held for that discussion in the way that it should be. Like if no was an automatic game over, what's the point of voting on it at all? Like, why are we just like doing this weird ceremonial process that isn't actually real? That can't be it. And you see, you hear in sort of like the counterpoint to that, you can't guarantee how the employer companies are going to react to a no vote, right? You can't guarantee that. We can't guarantee anything in a negotiation, but we know that like our employers are as incentivized to want to get back to work as possible. We know that early on in the strike, the writers were also on strike. So like they weren't really losing anything by us also being on strike because production was already shut down. In a way, we're being told that like we've lost all of our leverage because our sister union isn't out there with us, but the writers have been writering for weeks since they signed their deal. The studios are itching to get back to production. If we were to say, no, we need more, no, this is insufficient, no, our members have concerns about X, Y, or Z, why would we think with all of this new investment, all of this work that's been happening with them, assuming we're going to vote yes, that they wouldn't be incentivized to want to like address those concerns in a meaningful way? And in an existential sense, like we should never be made to feel like we don't actually have a say in what we're being asked to ratify. So it was really empowering for me to do that research and look at, and I didn't even go like back to like the Great Depression era strikes or anything like that. The post that Heather Ashley is referring to that I made was referring to unions that rejected deals and renegotiated terms in like the last couple of years. So it's not like this every now and then thing. It's just new for us. And it's new for us because we don't have that muscle memory of acting like a union in the way that the Teamsters or the UAW or all these, even the WGA have that muscle memory of like really flexing those union muscles. So that was really exciting knowledge for me to get. And it was really empowering knowledge for me to share, I hope.
Amazing.
Yeah, if
Awesome.
I could, thank you, Thomas. Just wanted to acknowledge our other panelist, Jillian, is with us, who's another Los Angeles local board member. And Jillian, are you in a spot that you can talk and introduce yourself?
Hi, yeah, I'm in my car, but I'm here. Hello, everybody. I'm Jillian. I'm LA local board member, delegate, and the co-chair of the Young Performers Committee in LA.
Awesome. And what made you, Jillian, want to participate tonight? And you also had that post that you put out, which I thought was really brave and great that you did that.
I think it's been a hard couple of weeks for everyone, right? I mean, we've been in this weird spot of wanting to say yes. There was never a point where I didn't want to say yes. I wanted to. And then when I read it, I just felt like I couldn't betray my fellow members who I know would be hurt by this contract the most. And so, yeah, when everybody reached out to me to join this tonight, I just finally said yes. I was in the national board meeting for this vote, and I was a part of the 14% who voted no before it was sent to members. And after that, I kind of went underground for fear of, retaliation or whatever you want to call it. But I didn't want to have to be afraid anymore because I had an opinion and a voice.
Yeah, thank you, Jillian. Thanks for sharing that. And Jillian was also a strike captain out there during the course of this as well.
WB.
So, Heather Ashley, back to you. And also, I see that there are some questions that are put in the chat. It's hard to pay attention to when people are speaking as well as read what's in the chat, but I will periodically try to take questions from the chat, but we're going to give preference to those who've raised their hands, just FYI, just because it's hard to focus on both. But I will get to some of the stuff that's in the chat. So back to you, Heather Ashley.
Okay. Let's see. Christian, I've seen that you have the document floating around. It's being passed around a lot on Instagram, on social media, and I was wondering if you could talk about that. And what inspired you to write that, and like what your thoughts are on possible solutions and all of that, because I feel like that's kind of something that everyone is buzzing about. They're like, what's the solutions to all of this?
Right. I think you hit it right on the head. That's exactly what inspired the document. The document Heather Ashley is referring to is something that I released personally. Wow, these days are flying by. So a week from today, or a week from tomorrow. So about Tuesday or Wednesday this past week. And it basically was a list of my concerns. It was in a form of a table that pretty much was outlining, a category of like AI subcategory, like strike protections. And then it basically listed my issues, my personal issues with the MOA. And then next to it was citations, either directly comparing the MOA of SAG-AFTRA to the MOA of WGA and what they got in the same exact area with the AMPTP, this negotiation cycle, or the history and precedents around that. And then a suggestion of what I think we could do, or what I would suggest the negotiating committee as a fellow member would suggest to the negotiating committee to focus on in renegotiations. And that could be in the next week, or that could be in the next 2.5 years, depending on how the outcome of this vote would be. But I felt like it was important, regardless of what that vote would be, to have those out there. I think a lot of members probably shared those opinions, and I'm glad that's why it has gotten out there more. And I'll find a way to get the document into the chat for everybody. I don't know how to do that, Sean. So if you know how, let me know and I'll send the document to you. But it's about 17 pages. So have fun with that, everyone. And it pretty much, it's an easy read, right? And it's organized in a way of just sharing my opinions. There's a lot of things that I had concerns about that not only weren't being mentioned by the union, because I think that's a valid place to where the union could stand on the place of saying, yeah, this is a concern, but this is the reason why it's not a concern for us right now. They didn't even go that far. They just didn't want to acknowledge some of these concerns. And so I made the document for one, to acknowledge it, to get it out there. Like Jillian brought up some important things to me about minor protections that I thought was very important. And I didn't hear the union talk about those things. And she was the only one that mentioned it at the informational in LA. And so I heard some things from another person, Kate Bond. She had very valid concerns about the protections with damages. Like, our contract only limited damages to monetary relief. That means if you want them to stop using something that they weren't supposed to use, stop publishing it, stop using it in distributions, they don't have to. All they have to do is just pay you probably what you were compensated, what you would be compensated for, maybe some more. But after that one judge decides what the damage is, the monetary damage is, it's done. You can't sue them afterwards. You can't go follow them afterwards. It's done. It's sealed. And they have no injunctive relief on that. And so that was really troubling to find out that we didn't have that protection. Like, they can continue misusing us as long as they just pay us, which they were going to do anyways. That was the whole point of them asking you for consent. But if they don't get it, they could just keep going. And so it was just scary to see these holes. And I'm not saying they missed these holes. I don't know what happened in that room, but I wanted people to know they existed. So that's why I made that document. And then I had to follow it up with another document, which was a document about, I call it the fear mongering versus the truth. And it's basically people fears about what happens if we say no. People were saying so many things about what happens if we say no. And let's be honest, nobody knows what's going to happen when we say no, because no one's a fortune teller. At least I haven't met them yet. So we don't know. But there were so many things that were so definite coming out of people's mouths that I was like, let's just look at the facts and let's just see what's actually possible. Let's look at precedent. Let's look at pattern. Let's look at history. Let's look at all the things we do have and see what actually is viable solutions to a no vote. Because a no is not the end. It's actually an option for so many more things that we could do. So I made a second document a few days later to follow up, so people had a place to go that was more of a sanctuary of the no, basically, because the no's were getting a lot of pressure of, like, if I vote no, what happens, and that mystery, that unknown. As creatives ourselves, if we have gaps, our imagination takes over. And so I kind of wanted to help aid that.
Awesome. Thank you. That's amazing. Appreciate the work all you're doing on that.
Sure.
So, Anne Marie, I wanted to ask you a quick question about streaming proposals. I know that that's something that you're very focused on. Can you talk about your concerns about that, and also why? What inspired you to explore that?
Well, after reading the MOA and what I heard during the board meeting, I got the impression that the streaming proposal was really the 11th hour decision. It wasn't something that was well thought out. That's my impression. Our residuals should never be based on performance. Our residuals should be a share of revenue. This is the beginning of the end of residuals also, because if the streamers are going to do it, the networks will ask for that same type of formula the next time around. We'll base it on Nielsen ratings. We'll base it on whatever tools they use to follow the eyeballs. That's how our residual patterns will, from this point on, because we're allowing them now this fakakta bonus process, which they can't even figure out. I don't even think it's legal to take 25% of what we rightfully earned and what our managers and non-franchise agents have the right to have 10% of, and just put it in a slush fund to be managed by trustees on both sides. Well, we've seen how poorly our health and pension has been managed. So we can only imagine what will happen with this slush fund. And I have a feeling the slush fund will only benefit our staff because they need to be paid in order to manage this slush fund. So I have grave concerns. I do not trust our employers. There is no way in hell Netflix, Hulu, Prime, et al. Will provide any honest documentation about the amount of viewership, domestic viewership subscribers within the first 90 days. Miraculously, they'll come up with a different type of formula. And by the 95th day, we'll find out that, you know, it didn't reach the 20% threshold. And so therefore it wasn't a high performer, which I also thought was very interesting, that our leadership would not tell us what those high performers were. I'd like to know what do they consider high performers, and what will cause that bonus residual. So to me, it is the beginning of the rethinking of residuals. Our employers have been trying to get rid of residuals for quite a while. They've tried it in our commercial contracts. They've been somewhat successful in our commercial contracts. And so we're just next with regard to, listen, at the end of the day, they don't like us. They don't want to work with us. They want to eliminate us, ergo AI.
Mm-hmm. Got you. No, that makes a lot of sense, especially factoring in AI.
Yeah, Heather,
great,
actually, if I could
okay.
just jump in, because there also was a request in the chat for
Yes.
us to share some of the specific things that concern us. And so thank you, Anne Marie, for opening that up off of your question, because one of the things that is also concerning is that the trustee board of this new streaming bonus fund has not been sat yet. So we don't know who's going to be on there making the decisions. It's very likely that Carol Lombardini will be one of those, and so will Duncan. So we know those will be 2 seats that will be on there. So it hasn't been decided how that money is going to be allocated. And there's a risk of us pitting members against each other, because people are going to feel like it is unfair that they didn't get any part of that 25%. Because, you know, if you sprinkle the, you know, estimated $10 million that will be left over after the 75% is paid to the cast of the show, the shows, that is it going to go to every member, or which members are going to get it and which ones won't? So that seems really rife with problems, especially with the promise of the revenue share proposal was that we were all going to be lifted by sharing in a percentage of the revenue that these platforms generate in such a clean, transparent way that there was really no way for it to be escaped. And so I just worry about that. And also, there's also a concern about how much of the streaming bonus fund is going to be used for the administrative expenses. And so that also will deduct some of what is supposed to go to members for the administration of the fund. So I just wanted to share a couple of those specifics about why I too have concerns that go above and beyond my personal feeling that now that they know that this exists, they are incentivized to find a way to never have to pay it. And they will adapt their algorithms and their thumbnails and their launch strategies to make sure that they don't lose subscribers, even if they don't let a show hit that full 20% mark. And they're very good at that. And so we will have to see how that plays out.
Sean, to that point, I just want to point out that today in Deadline, they reported that Ted Sardnos of Netflix was like, licensing is the new big thing. We don't want to produce content anymore. We just want to license stuff. It's a lot easier to do business that way. Like I've been saying from day one that there are so many workarounds for this streaming bonus. Like it's streaming. There's no incentive to have a big premiere for streaming. The point is you want people to be watching it for forever. And all strike, we had people from Breaking Bad and Gilmore Girls and Suits talking about how these are the biggest performers on this platform. They see nothing for that. So this bonus isn't going to help those people whose voices we are amplifying for the entire strike. And then day 20 after this deal is announced, the executives are saying, we're not going to make our own content anyway. We're just going to go back to licensing. In the same way that David Zaslav, after the writers ratified their deal, said, you know what? They were right the whole time. So we have no reason to believe that they're just gonna do good by us and that this bonus is gonna mean anything. There's so many ways that they can work around it. It's crazy.
Yeah, and if you mentioned this, Thomas, forgive me, but for anybody who also missed it, this bonus only applies to made for streaming shows. So anything that is moved over from cable or network television, et cetera, does not qualify for this streaming bonus. Maybe we'll take another, Heather Ashley, if you have another question, and then we'll go to start taking some hands.
Sure. Okay, that sounds good. Jillian, are you there? Did we lose Jillian? Okay. I guess, Sean, a question I have for you is, I feel like you've kind of, along with you and Matthew Modine, have really kind of been the face of some of this, resistance, as well as Anne Marie and Justine Bateman. And I would really just kind of love to hear your thoughts on why you felt moved to do that and to speak out, and what that experience has been like. I appreciate that. If I did an interview on the Majority Report, I'll put the link in the chat in case anybody hasn't seen it. But because I go in a little more detail about what it is that made me feel like I had no choice but to vote no in the boardroom. And had I had a vote, I'm an alternate on the negotiating committee, so I only vote if I'm taking the place of a voting member. So I didn't actually have a vote in the final vote on this tentative agreement. The main thing is that, this was not something that I would have wanted. I've worked really hard for 7 years to, demonstrate my values to the membership and inform them and earn support enough to be elected to the board and now the national board, and to build relationships with staff and our national leadership and with Fran and with Duncan and with our staff and all of this. The last thing I want is to do something that would alienate me from those that I love and who I've served with. And I've been in an incredibly wonderful position to make some systemic changes in the way our union operates and member education works, and leading the LA Self-Tape work group that led to a lot of the things that are in this new contract. And, this is not that I didn't want to have to vote no. I've given the last year of my life, as have so many others on the negotiating committee, to the W&Ws and then plenary and then negotiations and then the strike and et cetera. So obviously I would have wanted to be able to support it. The reasons why I ultimately couldn't is because, and this is why, I did an interview on CNN the day after the negotiating committee suspended the strike and recommended it to the national board. And what I said when the reporter was asking me, how do you feel? I said, I'll know how I feel when I see how the members react. I need to know, I'm so close to it. Maybe what we accomplished is really great because, we went in asking for a very aggressive package. The W&W process had such integrity that every member idea that was approved by the W&Ws made it to the plenary. Around 300 proposals made it to the plenary. Instead of the normal couple of days where, David White just tells us what he's going to go fight for, we actually had
8 days to go over every idea that members put forward and discuss the merits, and everything that had merit, we advanced into the package. And we were prepared for the staff at the end to be like, whoa, 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 you're asking for like $200 billion worth of stuff here. Like, you're going to have to cut some stuff. But what they told us at the end, and in retrospect, Duncan said this may have been a mistake, is they said, this is reasonable. What we have in this package is defensible. And if you'll remember, on the day that we declared the strike, Duncan said that the CEOs could have signed on the bottom line without feeling anything to their bottom. They could have signed on the dotted line without feeling it affect their bottom line. And so, believing our staff that they wouldn't mislead us about the viability of the package, I was very defensive over all of the proposals. And of course, you start high and you go through the negotiation process. And if one more person tells me, you don't get everything you want in a negotiation, I'm just going to crawl into a ball. Like, I get it. We all get it, but sadly, what our members don't see is what we went in with on June 7th. The first time our members got to see any details about the package was in the middle of July, when we put out the grid about where negotiations were at, but it specifically omitted specific information so that we wouldn't create expectations amongst the membership, knowing it would change. The clearest example of what we were wishing for was in the interim agreement, because that had things that we could dictate. And then the AMPTP on the 21st of July put out their own counter chart and actually released specifics of what they were offering us. And at the time, they said, we're giving them $1 billion deal. And here we are months later saying, we got you $1 billion deal. So understanding what was gained over the last few months, certainly, what you find out is that it was actually only worth $775 million in July, according to the way we value things. But the AMPTP has a different way of valuing the minimums, which I can talk about if people want to know, but why there's that discrepancy in valuation. But the point is, I wish our members could see where we started, not just where we were in July. Because where we started, especially with AI, was you cannot use any of our data in generative AI, period. That was where we started, which I think is what our members wanted. Our initial proposal on AI said you cannot have your consent at the time of engagement, and you cannot discriminate against someone for declining to be scanned and replicated. That was in our initial push across the table. And our initial push across the table was a result of 10 years of our staff saying this is the perfect thing that would address our concerns after working on this for a decade. So it's not like we didn't know what we were talking about and now we had to have a dose of reality. That was 10 years of experience saying this is what we know we need to protect our members. We also had language that said you cannot use synthetic performers to replace any work that is done by a human performer covered by our contract. That was in our first push across the table. So, and you couldn't use digital alterations to change our performances at all. You could use it in like pre-viz, pre-production, production, post-production. Use technology to save money and be more efficient and all that, but you cannot change our performances. That you cannot do, right? So we had all of these things that protected voiceover actors, that protected stunts, that protected puppeteers, that protected, motion performers and performance capture artists, et cetera, as well as principal performers and background. We had all of it. And I don't think that our union was ready. I don't think our negotiating committee was ready to open the door a little bit. Like, we had all of these walls where we said, you shall not pass. But as soon as the AMPTP came back and said, well, what if we open the door? What would it look like? And they changed the conversation. And then it became all about gaming out what all the ramifications might be if we did let them use synthetic performers, if we did let them alter our performance, if we did let them do consent at the time of engagement, on and went. And from my experience and my view, we knew exactly what we needed to protect our members, but we stopped the negotiations before we achieved those protections. So we weren't prepared to have the conversation, and we never finished it. We kind of just said, it's good enough for now, go. And I couldn't support that. I was looking at lists of all of the loopholes and seeing the threat that I feel this language poses to our members, and I felt like I can't go with that. But that wasn't the only reason I felt compelled to vote no. I can't really share some of that stuff because as a result of this contract, if it's ratified, I now have to work with staff to handle things through a legal process like arbitration and that kind of stuff to try to repair some of the damage. And I can't publicly say that strategy or it jeopardizes it, but suffice it to say what it does to our auditions as a result of having self-tapes be defined as a completely separate thing other than something that is under our auditions, tests, and interviews language in our contract has serious ramifications. And also the performance capture language that we agreed on in this has a really damaging impact on the interactive media agreement. Essentially us saying when we define what performance capture is and what motion capture is and reference modeling is, that's the exact opposite of what we're trying to accomplish in the interactive media agreement. And so I can't abide by something that damages our contract, damages another contract, hurts another active negotiation, and also leaves us vulnerable to AI. And I think the last thing I'll say is that I'm not comfortable with the idea that it's good enough for the next 2.5 to 3 years, because the rate of technology is changing so much more quickly than any of us were even prepared for. A year ago, we were talking about the metaverse. We weren't talking about AI. AI wasn't a big topic at the W&Ws because that was November and December into January of last year. It was still really nascent. People were just kind of checking out ChatGPT as like a fascination or something. Now it's completely changing the way our industries work. And now we're seeing that photography is indistinguishable, whether it's real or AI generated. And now video is getting closer and closer to indistinguishable from real video, much more quickly than we could have imagined. So I don't really think we know what the world is going to look like in 3 years. And, and really my reason for being public about voting no was really not with any kind of illusion that we were going to not ratify this contract. I mean, historically, every contract is ratified, and I can't certainly compete with the marketing department of the union that has everybody's emails and addresses and phone numbers and robocalls and postcards and videos and all that stuff. My only goal, and I said this in my very first interview on CNN, was I just want people to read what's in there. Because if we're going to open ourselves up to what is potentially threatening to us, we should at least go in with our eyes open and not be blindsided by it. I wanted members to read the contract for themselves, understand the vulnerabilities, be prepared for them, take evasive action, protect themselves, whatever. But I didn't want them to see, oh, the NEDCOM voted unanimously in favor. The National Board voted unanimously in favor. It must be perfect. Yes. I didn't want it to be an instinctual, like, if nobody's got a problem with it, then it must be great. Instead, I feel personally like my goal has been accomplished, my personal goal, because the very fact that members were clamoring to read contract language, what union are we in? I don't even recognize this union anymore in such a powerful way. So no matter what happens, I'm proud of us. I'm proud of the membership. I'm proud of the 648 of you that came to something about dissent, because we're all in this together, and we don't learn from those that we agree with. We learn more from those who disagree with us, because sometimes they're right.
Wonderful. I really appreciate you saying all that. Something that really struck me, by the way, in what you said was that you guys started the negotiations with, it set in stone, like no AI, and that we don't want to have synthetic performers replace us. And that right there, those two things are like huge for me. That's my biggest concerns. And the craziest part of this is that I feel like a lot of us thought that going into this, that's where we stood on everything. And then only recently, since the contract has come out in the MOA, Duncan has been saying, oh no, we actually did get everything we wanted. We never planned on getting full protections or banning AI. He's saying, we just wanted informed consent all along. So I think that that's really confusing to a lot of members, including myself. It's hard to know who to like. It's hard to trust leadership when they're saying those types of things, because it's very disorienting, and it feels to me like gaslighting. But that's just my personal experience.
Well, and I just want to clarify too, Heather Ashley, we didn't say no AI, but we did say no AI in a way that reduces our members' ability to make a living, that is covered by this contract. But we said use AI to make your production processes more efficient and all that stuff. Like, we're not trying to say you still have to use the horse and buggy. We get that cars are here. We're just saying, like, we're trying to make sure you don't run over us with this new technology,
And that's right. And that's what you expect from a union contract, is the understanding that, hey, we're partners in this together. No one's going to be exploiting one party or the other. So I think that that's like really important to keep in mind. And that's, something that I've been concerned about is, hey, this feels exploitive. There's these loopholes. Is this intentional? Is this, accidental? Did the negotiating committee just not know that there are these loopholes? Did they not have the right experts in the room? Justine Bateman is wonderful. It seems like she was pushed aside towards the end or not as used as much. So those are just concerns that I have. So that's
well, there was a
encouraging to
point.
hear.
There was a point, and I'll just speak this in and again, I want to reiterate, I think the negotiating committee members tried their best. It's up to the membership to decide if their best was good enough. And if it's not, and if the contract is ratified, we just have to go into the next 3 years knowing what we've got and work for better. That being said, many of us were experts on certain things, and the negotiating committee deferred to us until our expert opinion was no longer convenient for closing a deal as quickly as possible. So that's where I personally feel like promises were made and broken. I was even told, well, there's no promises in negotiations, which to me means, well, I guess you can't trust what anybody says in negotiations because, we agreed to certain things as a negotiating committee. And then when that became inconvenient, it went away. So learning opportunity for Sean. I get it, So yeah, I just wanted to make that clarification as well. So maybe we can open it up to questions from the from those of us who are on this. So, I'll call on you and I'll ask you to unmute, and then by all means, please ask your question and I'll start the clock. So why don't we start with Christine Robert? I know you had your hand up very early, so thank you, Christine, for your patience. So go ahead, please.
Hey, I'm so grateful to be in this room of 648 people who are dissenting, and I'm used to being a dissenter and a pariah. So there are a lot of things in this world that just often aren't good enough for me that other people accept. So honor to you guys. I love everything that you're saying. I agree with what all of you who are hosting this have said, that it's important to create a safe space. I'm sure some people in this room have seen me on Facebook, and I've always tried to create a safe space where we can have a conversation and people don't get insulted and we just talk about the issues. And I think that's really important. So I'm glad we're doing this. I want to encourage everybody, because after I was involved in one of the Facebook threads this afternoon and somebody was complaining about, I wish these people who don't want to ratify the tentative agreement would just stop. And I'm like, but we need to say what we need to say. We have different needs. We have a different comfort level than some of the other people have. And then it occurred to me later in the day, I was just thinking about it, going through my day, and I thought, wow, it's people like us who have this courage to swim upstream, who are the ones who are pushing for better changes. So I just want everybody in this room to be encouraged that even if you get a lot of pushback from people and they're like, you should just vote for it, just, suck it up, we'll get it better next time, whatever, this is the best they could do, like you guys were saying. I think sometimes as dissenters is overlooked, that we need to be the ones that are going to push for better. Whether we get it now or not, that's not the issue, but we are holding the high watch. We're the ones who are like, we need more. And it's just an important role. And it's not a role that's really appreciated by the general public. So I thank everybody for that. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you, Christine.
I just quickly want to butt in, and
Sure.
That was great. And thank you so much for sharing that. I want to make sure that everyone understands that Duncan and staff are not leadership. They are paid employees from our dues money. So the only leadership are those who are elected, those who volunteer on these committees. But please don't even assume that our national executive director, head negotiator, and staff are leadership. They try to be, but they're not.
Well, thank you. And thank you, Christine, for that. And I wanted to ask maybe Anne-Marie, I'd be curious, obviously the whole panel, I'm curious about your thoughts on this, but you and I haven't talked about this, Anne-Marie, which is, I think it's problematic when our staff like Duncan and others, but also even for negotiating committee members who historically have been confidential, so they aren't really out front like they have been this time when we decided to publish everybody's names, which, by the way, exposes us even more to potential retaliation being on the negotiating committee by being publicly out there. But I think it's problematic, for example, when negotiating committee members come out and say, this is the only right way, or this is the way you should vote. Because, for example, especially if you say, for those who have said you have to vote yes, which have been many, is what if it were to fail ratification? Then are you convinced that that particular negotiator or that staff person will go to bat for you and fight for you for more when they've been so publicly against going back to the table, or even catastrophized about what might happen if it was voted down? So I think the dynamic that has unfortunately been created is one where if you're on the, if you are so adamant about one particular way and you're proven wrong, especially about voting yes and then it's proven wrong, I don't know. I can't see that as anything less than a vote of no confidence in those that went in to go and do that. And I don't know how we have faith that they're going to go in and negotiate for more. But the other problem is you don't want to replace the negotiating committee with people who have no idea what they're talking about, what the conversations haven't been for a year, et cetera. So it really feels like we're in kind of a vice of our own making, because we didn't need to do that.
Briefly, politically, it was a misstep to have a uniparty. Usually it's very healthy to have opposing sides, very healthy. And for this misnomer of there should be no politics in unionism, that's really BS. There's always politics. There's politics at Thanksgiving dinner. So the biggest mistake was combining Unite for Strength with Membership First. Had those two parties been separate, we probably would have been able to trigger a minority report within the board. So there would not, unanimous is not always good, ladies and gentlemen, and unanimous is sometimes a disaster. And we're living that right now. So had we kept with 2 or 3 parties and independent thought, we probably could have triggered a minority report, which would open up free-flowing dialogue, which would have held our negotiators to a certain standard if this contract maybe would not be ratified, meaning they were serving multiple opinions as opposed to the uniparty, which we can get into later why that was created, but it was a terrible strategic mistake.
I just want to speak to the point real quick too. A no is often accused of being a fear-mongering position. I see no as the more optimistic position. It's not settling. It's assuming that there's more to be gotten. As a member, my expectation is that if you're signing up for leadership, you are open to feedback from the membership. Like when I got into union, member leadership, that was my expectation. You're serving the community, right? If I'm signing up for negotiation service, if I have this hard-fought negotiation, we send it to members and they say no, I'm empowered and emboldened to go back and demand more from these executives that I've spent the entire summer hating anyway. You're not buddies because there's a tentative deal. You've been out on the lines with signs criticizing and making fun of these executives the whole summer. A no is a reaffirmation of the strike authorization. A no is reaffirming the power we vested in our negotiators to get what we need from them. It's not this admonishment. And I think the sort of rhetoric of what that no means has been so contorted. So I really appreciate this first question and point, because no doesn't mean fearful,
Thank you for that. Kaz, let's go to you. So glad that you're here. I miss you. Go ahead. I just said hello.
Hi. First of all, thank you for this meeting. And I really want to give a sincere and heartfelt thanks to everyone on the negotiating team. I can't even imagine how hard you guys all worked, and the list nights and stress, the background noise.
Yeah, Kaz, it's really hard to hear you. Why don't you get a Kaz, why don't you get a better connection, and then I'll move you up to the front, because it's really hard to understand you.
I can.
Yeah, I'm trying to mute her, but it's not really working. Let's go to Claire, and then
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to everybody on the board, and especially to Sean. You've been just this inspiration for me. I have I'm not an attorney. I'm not a tech person. I'm an actor, and just incredibly disappointed in what's transpired. All I can say is, NGE, this is not good enough. No way, Jose. And it only takes a person with a brain and ability to read and think about what's been written down. Please don't BS me. Don't pressure me with marketing tactics. Call me up and harass me about voting. That's garbage. And you have immediately lost my trust when you do that. So that's the only thing I have to say to the other people. Heather, I want to thank you for stepping forward and offering yourself to answer the questions about tech, because there was a great presentation, and Eric Pasoja and Remington Scott and Martin Hall gave a very interesting presentation. And I thank Sean for pulling that together. For me, who knows nothing about tech, to hear that, hey, here's a real possible kinds of solutions for us to defend ourselves. And that's to take ownership of our digital identity. And that totally makes sense to me, to be able to reverse it, flip the switch and say, no, we're charging you pay-per-view and you're going to be tracked. And it's going to just automatically go into, our payment, not through some big residual department that's going to bleed off the administrative BS and the paperwork and yada, yada. I don't know how possible that is. And so I would like to hear from a person who really is involved in tech. Is a lot of what's been presented possible?
I'm happy to answer that. So that's a really great point. Great question. I've been watching the VFX presentations as well. I'm talking with Eric Pasoja about this. I'm also talking to a friend who spoke on the panel from MIT on Friday. Someone actually reached out to me from, I think it's called Glaze. They're based in Chicago, and they have something called Nightshade, I believe, where they have it's like a poison where you can put it inside of the your digital likeness, I suppose, and then it will resist the GIA blender. So that sounds promising. I need to personally do more research on that. I literally just got a message about that this morning. But I mean, I'm encouraged that people are having ideas. I encourage anyone on this call to reach out to me if you have any other thoughts on that. I'm very interested in that and wanting to be involved in that even beyond, tomorrow. And it's hard to say. I think that people have I think that from what I've heard so far, because of the advances with technology, there's been a lot of concern that some of these are temporary fixes because it's hard to predict how fast things will progress. So from the MIT expert's perspective, he was saying, he literally went through all these, like, hey, is copyright going to protect us? Is watermarking going to save the day? Blockchain, tokenization. So they're all being discussed, but I think that there's not like a real good, clear consensus quite yet. I think that everyone kind of wants their idea to be the one that works and saves the day, and that's amazing. And I think it's important to be having the dialogue, but I think in all honesty, I think that we just really don't know. And that's why, at least personally, my stance on this is that I think it's safer for all of our interests to still stand and be firm and say no AI that has the intention of replacing us, that's not okay for this contract, and that our data should not be used as part of a GIA blender for the studios, and that they can't be using our likeness to create synthetic performers that would be competing against us. And my thoughts also are that the A-listers, are noticeably quiet on a lot of these topics right now. And, I respect their right to do that. But I personally have concerns that they may be outsmarting themselves on this, and they may end up without a job as well, as far as I know, because what's to say that a studio wouldn't prefer to, just like we have synthetic influencers now on Instagram. I think there's one called Ayade. I forgot how you say her name, but starts with an A, and
Tana.
she is paid. Itana, yes, thank you. She's paid 11. She's getting a revenue stream of 11K a month, which is insane. And the creators literally say they created her because they don't want to deal, quote unquote, with influencers' egos and like problems, the human problems and egos. So that's where I have the same concern. I'm like, hey, what's to prevent a studio from saying that exact same thing? They could easily say, hey, you know, Brad Pitt's good looking and everything, but hey, we can create our own, you know, super like celebrity. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Heather. I appreciate it. And tied into that was the question that came up. The other point that was brought up by Eric Pasoja was the fact that he was talking about this basically scraping all your own images that are already out there so that you can retrieve them and own them. Is that something that is also something we all ought to be considering for ourselves? Clearview AI was one of the ones he was suggesting. I don't know, there are probably others, but is that something we all legitimately, before we even get into this issue of AI use, scrape and get our own, you know, our identities owned
Well,
again?
if you're talking about content that actually doesn't belong to us, no. If you're talking about, for example, if my only power to protect my likeness and image is if I'm asked by the powers that be who did, you know, I did 118 hours of In the Heat of the Night. If someone came to me and said, hey, I would just automatically not provide them my consent. So, with work that's already out there, that's already established, that does not belong to me, my only power is to say no. And I will be saying no from this point forward.
So are there any protections for us to actually protect us from actually that stuff being stolen? I mean, past work that we've done that, you know, they can just utilize.
Yeah, Claire, there's nothing in the contract that can affect anything that's already been scanned or done. And it has been communicated that they own whatever the data is when they do a scan or replication or something. So that's not our data to reclaim. We're not lending it to them. They own that data like they own the footage that they were to capture of us. That's the way it's been structured. But I thank you so much, Claire. It's so great to see you. I also just wanted to say that, you know and I love you, and I know I just want to just address one little thing. You know, when Claire said anybody with a brain, blah, 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 I just want to say we're not trying to, impugn anybody here saying that, you don't have a brain if you feel one way or the next. It's just, I can understand where that's coming from, Claire, when it feels like people are not necessarily respecting you for having concerns, by, acting like everything's fine or something. But I just want to nip in the bud any place where we come off disrespectful towards other points of view.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Claire. Let's go to Alex Helisek. We've got 38 hands up. So just for us as a panel, let's try to get through the hands in a more quick manner. All right. So Alex, so great to have you here, brother. You're unmuted. Alex, we can't hear you. Okay, we'll come back to Alex. Drew?
Yes, sir. Hi, everybody. Thanks for doing this. Obviously, I, like everyone else, feels great pressure to stop striking and start working and say yes, because they make it seem like it's the only choice. So a couple of logistical questions as I'm speaking to friends and colleagues tomorrow to help guide, to help inform for their decisions. What percentage is needed to pass?
Oh, just 50% plus one vote. It's just a simple majority. Yeah.
Cool. I wasn't sure if it was like the strike author, which I think was 70. Okay, cool. Thank you. And I just started to read your fear mongering thing briefly, Christian, but could somebody give me, just so I understand it, it's very scary to think we could say no and then go back to ground to the bottom floor and start over, and we don't know if is the goal that we would immediately strike again? And no, it's not.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, Drew, if you want, I can. So kind of what you're asking is a common question that members have been asking, which is like, what happens if it isn't ratified? Right. So, and there was a question in the chat about what happens if it is ratified. Well, if it's ratified, then it'll take effect as it's specified in the contract. Certain things will stage in 90 days, 6 months, a year, 2 years from date of ratification, or this first Sunday following the date of ratification, whatever. So it says in the contract when things come in. So if it's yes, that's the contract that we enforce until we go back to the table for a new contract negotiation in 2026. And there will be a whole new W&W process and NEGCOM seated, all that stuff. If it's a no, the strike is only suspended right now. And if the contract is voted down, it doesn't immediately trigger the strike. We would have to, as a negotiating committee, resume the strike, just like the negotiating committee voted to suspend the strike. And so whether the negotiating committee would do that, right away or with some kind of delay is really a topic for that committee to discuss. I'm sure that in an ideal world, if this was not ratified, we would get a call from Carol at the AMPTP saying, we need to get this handled as soon as possible. We have all these productions going. What are the big issues that your members really need in order to push this thing through? Let's get those done and let's get this thing back on track. And if that happens this month, really, it may not really disrupt production because a lot of production isn't going to start until into the new year anyway. So this is kind of like the best time of the year to spend it negotiate. Not that I want to give up my holidays, but this would be the right time to do it if it was going to be done. But also, we could choose to resume the strike if we want to apply pressure to the AMPTP to come back and negotiate if they're not doing that. And there are some tools that we didn't really deploy during the strike thus far, such as really unleashing our members' influence and especially our more influential members to put pressure on the AMPTP. We certainly did engage in a consumer boycott, like I liken it to what the UAW did with their stand-up strike that was very effective for them about being able to target specific plants for specific employers to try to punish and reward them for how they were negotiating with them in negotiations. Of course, there's no guarantee that a consumer boycott would be effective. And certainly if you launched it and nobody canceled their subscriptions, that would suck. But I guess it's up to us to make the determination about how likely it is that the most beloved and famous faces that have been so supported by the public and the entire worldwide entertainment and union community would not support something to put a swift end to this strike. I happen to believe, based on our internal conversations, we have the support to be able to wage a very effective consumer boycott. We even had an outside firm that specializes in it ready to go with the game plan to execute it if we pulled the trigger. So it's not like we're unprepared for that. We just never pulled that trigger. The claim that we would start over from scratch is speculation, because it's certainly not what happened when we left, when we walked out on the AMPTP and called the strike. When we came back together, we picked up where we left off. When they walked out on us for 10 days and came back, we picked up where we left off. I don't see how it serves us to go back to scratch, for things we already know we're in agreement on. So to me, it feels like any claim that theoretically is possible. Sure, theoretically it's possible, but is it likely? I don't think so. I don't have any evidence to think that that's how it would go. So in my personal opinion, which doesn't mean it's fact, it's just my opinion, is that once we go back to the table, they basically say, what is it specifically you need to get this thing passed? Okay, bing, bang, boom, bomb. Let's get that done. Let's get back to work. That's not saying we're going to get everything that we want. I'm just saying, we need to have clarity about what is unacceptable to our members. And honestly, from my own experience with all the conversations we've been having with, over the last 3 weeks, mainly the AI is the one that stresses our members out the most. I don't see a lot of people complaining that we didn't get a raise that matches inflation. I think, the background getting 11% and principals getting 7%, not great, because we're still making less than we made in 2020 in terms of real buying power. But, 7% isn't 3, isn't 4, it isn't 5, right? So I don't see a lot of complaints about that. I do see some concern that if we were supposed to change the business model and participate in revenue share, we didn't get it. We didn't get revenue share. We got something that was akin to what the Writers Guild got, but it's different in a way that could be really problematic if it's not handled correctly. Maybe even if it is handled correctly, it could be problematic. I guess we'll just have to see. But it's also structured on something that we can't guarantee. It's an estimated $40 million a year gain. But let's just say they never have to pay it because they never let a show hit that amount. our deal isn't really worth $1 billion. Now it's worth about 880 million. So it may not be $1 billion deal if we never get this streaming bonus. So anyway, that's kind of my attempt to answer your question.
No, yeah, very helpful. Thank you. And one last thing, Ambery, if you don't mind expanding on, and I don't know that we would go directly back to the 2020 agreement, but you had mentioned that would have better provisions in terms of AI than what this offers. And the last little thing on that question is, so was the goal going into these negotiations that we had to get full protections over AI or nothing, right? I guess if nothing, the 2020 contract is better than what we're currently getting, then we had to achieve this, or the 2020 contract was better. Could you just elaborate on that?
I was not on the negotiating team. All I'm saying is that if this contract were not to be ratified, we would not be contractless. As Sean clearly stated, we would go back in to deal with specific issues. And I think that specific issue would be AI. Mm-hmm. And to rely until further notice, to rely on the 2020 TV theatrical contract with regard to AI is a lot more beneficial and safe for actors than anything we see now in the 2023 tentative agreement.
And why is that? That's the kind of question, is like, why? Because they currently can't. Won't they just slap a contract in front of me now that just says you have to let us use it?
It'll be a condition of employment now that doesn't exist in the 2020 contract. And
so they couldn't, if we fell back onto the 2020 contract, they couldn't slap that in front of me
because it wouldn't exist.
Mm.
Well, and there's a nuance here. I'm so glad you brought this up, Drew, because and two things, it says we work under the 2020 TV theatrical contract, but not really. We're working under the 2023 terms, right? Because what we negotiated in 2020 changed, and we had raises and increases every year of that contract. Just like this one, things would ladder in over the term of it. So really, we'd be continuing to work under the 2023 version of the contract, not 2020. But the other part of it is that we're kind of hearing two different messages from the union, which is confusing on this. One of them is that you have no protections if you don't agree to this when it comes to AI. But then when you read the AI FAQs and all of their stuff, they say that they've always taken the position that scanning and replication and use of your likeness and any of that stuff prior is a mandatory subject to bargaining, that they don't agree that any of that language is valid, and that they haven't taken it to arbitration to prove that none of that language is valid and that it is all void. So what they've safely said is 90 days after the ratification of this will be protected moving forward, but they didn't secure in this agreement anything that addresses anything previously done, but they do maintain that all of that language is void. So if we didn't ratify this current agreement, that would still be their position, that all of that stuff is void because it's a mandatory subject to bargaining. They didn't deal with the union for it, so it doesn't apply. So, ideally, they would go to arbitration and back that up by saying it is mandatory. You had all these people sign stuff that doesn't apply. It is void, and you have to deal with us. So it seems a little conflicting to say you won't have any protection, even though we don't think they have the right to do that. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Drew, for that. Let's go to Jeffrey Reeves.
Hello.
Hey, brother.
Thanks for doing this, everybody. So I'm not going to talk about AI. I'm one of the few people who believes that his digital double will actually be a better actor than me. So I'm looking forward to it. Maybe an award, who knows? But I do want to talk about this, and I know it's an emotional topic, but I want to talk just about the physicality of it, which is auditions and this new self-tape provision that makes a self-tape not an audition, moves all the costs or a large part of the cost of auditions into our homes. And I think it's not mentioned that this is a technology change. This is like when we gave up partially to cable TV and we gave up to DVD and VHS, except nobody seems to understand. I haven't heard anybody understand that this is a technology change. We weren't able physically to do auditions from our home at this industrial level, hundreds of people before COVID. We only figured it out during COVID. So here's this seismic cost shift from studios into our homes where they don't need staff, they don't need physical buildings. And my question is this: if we're going to accept that for no pay, it's codified as I see in this contract that we won't be paid. It's going to be really hard to get that paid back, if not impossible. Again, cable, DVD, VHS, streaming. 15 years into streaming, we still don't have streaming. Now we have a sweepstakes that if we're really lucky, somebody will get some money somewhere. So my question is this: we've gotten this contract that we're going to take the operating costs off the studios. We're going to bring them into our homes. We're going to work for free. What is the union's opinion on our readers who will also be working for free? What do we either pay our readers, or is it in the contract that our readers are entitled to pay, or are we just participating in an unpaid labor model? Are we forced into an unpaid labor model in this contract, and we're just supposed to say, well, that's okay, we'll just hire people for nothing? I mean, and also, are we as members open to be sued for not paying labor?
Well, I mean, I think you're asking a question that you already know the answer to, Jeff.
That's the only kind I ask, Sean.
We already know that there's no compensation in this contract for anything that is taped. However, what we do know is that we were able to secure in the self-tape section that you can request an in-person or virtual option in lieu of a self-tape. And so if having a reader is difficult for you, that's another inspiration for you to avail yourself of that in-person or virtual option. And just to clarify, you're not guaranteed either one. It's whatever way, either one that the casting director or production wants to offer you. So if all they're offering is virtual, that's all you can offer. That's all you can request. The thing that's troubling about the language is the sunset, that goes away after 3 years. And so, it's really important. And I do think our members are going to make use of it. They pointed to an example, I think, in British Columbia, where they tried to offer something similar and not enough actors took advantage of it. So they got rid of it. People preferred to self-tape in British Columbia as opposed to actually going in person. I feel like our members, and a huge segment of our membership, are dying to have that connection with casting again, to actually build the relationships, get feedback, have somebody to react to and read with and whatever. And so I feel like our members will request it. And I believe anybody who's here, all 624 of you, I encourage you to avail yourself of that option. If you have it, well, if you like to self-tape, do it. But don't not avail yourself of that option because of fear or something, because we really want to reward them for providing us with that. And we don't want that sunset to be negotiated away.
On that note, it's not just about the members. Agents and managers must be educated to not only to this clause, but every aspect of our contract, because they are our representatives for principal performers. So you have to, I have a feeling this is just going to be taken advantage by the top tier, that the average blue collar actor will be required to still self-tape. And maybe you'll be able to go in person for your third callback or working with the director, but it's really going to be much of the same, if not worse. But we all have to speak to our representatives with regard to how they should represent us and not put the onus on us with regard to this audition debacle.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up to that? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kristen.
Oh, and just to add a quick onto the specific thing about the request for in-person or virtual, is that if you look very closely, the AMPTP strategically sliced up audition pay provisions that were in our contract. If you look very closely, there is no page limit for virtual or in person. It's only for self-tapes. So it's strategically put that way. There's also no 48-hour or 72 hours for virtual or in person. So it's very strategic of what they're trying to do. They're trying to make self-tape look really nice for you, so that you ignore what they're actually doing in real life, which is making it permanent. A self-tape is where the future is. And I'm not going to fight self-tape, because I think self-tape is very useful for a lot of our members, but so is virtual and so is in person. And so like Anne-Marie said, talk to your reps, but I do want you to tell this to your reps, that from what I talked to some casting directors just today. I was talking to a casting director of an NPC show. I will not say their name, but I asked them, I was like, how many slots are you making available? And so she told me straight out, she was like, we're doing none. We're not making any available because we have 6 months, and we're going to use every minute of those 6 months to not give any slots because we don't want to give slots. And she said, some of my friends are giving, or some of my colleagues are giving an hour. An hour is going to fit maybe 20 people if you're lucky. So these are there's no minimum of how many slots they have to give in the contract either. So they can give 5 slots, they can give 1 slot. It's first come, first serve. That's literally the language in the contract. So the AMPTP is working towards self-tape as a permanent resource. That's why Sean said the word sunset. It means sunset clause, because there's actually a provision in the contract under self-tape that says the above language, meaning the stuff where they have to give you an option for in-person or virtual, that sunsets on June 30th, 2026. Yes, we can negotiate it to extend it. That's very common. It's not unknown to negotiate to extend, but the fact that we even agreed to let that die is a whole mystery in and of itself.
It's just as ridiculous as our representatives asking the casting director, has this role been cast?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, they don't have to give you that. They can endeavor to respond, it says, which means they can not call you back. They can not send an email because they tried to send you back an email. They didn't have time. So they don't have to give you these things. It's a lot of good faith clauses, I'll say, expecting the best from the AMPTP when we should not expect the best because they haven't shown us their best.
No, we've seen the worst from them. Jeffrey, anything else, brother?
No, I appreciate it. Christian answered the follow-up I had. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everyone.
Courtney, thank you so much for your patience.
Hi there. My name's Courtney Knight. I'm a strike captain from Chicago.
Awesome.
I just had a quick question about, I have no idea how this is going to shake out. I do know, like you said earlier, Sean, that we've always ratified contracts in the past. But I do think that for better or for worse, I definitely think we're going to see more voter turnout on this contract than on any previous contract. And obviously a lot of us are here because we want the vote to go a certain way. My question is if this is ratified, does the panel have any suggestions of like what individual union members, actors can do in order to like stay what we think is like the more dangerous aspects of this contract? For instance, like, like refuse to be scanned, like, and kind of like trying to, in general, not be scanned, certain ways that we might be able to speak out against streamers that are deliberately fudging with, hiding things in the algorithm and trying to get out of paying us that bonus. Basically, does anyone on the panel have ideas for like game plans that we can have if this contract is ratified?
I think the game plan is very different for where you are in your career and your age. It's very easy for me to say, I'm done. I will never consent to any type of AI manipulation of my performance because I'm a few years away from retirement. I've capped out. I can't make any more for a stronger retirement. So it's easy for me to say, raise my fist and say, screw you, you're not going to mess with me. So I can only share that with actors who are where I am, who are comfortable. Nothing's going to happen to me if I say that. Okay. So all I can say is really have strong conversations with your representatives and really think about what type of artist do you want to be? Where do you want to be in 20 years? Can this be sustainable for you? Because this is not going to be renegotiated, folks. This is not going to be renegotiated. So start rethinking how you want to be as an artist. I know that from this point on, the films that I'm in, the films that I produce, no AI will ever be a part of my content. But I have the luxury to do that. You need to think about where you want to be in 5, 10, 15, 20 years.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to add to that, Courtney. Thank you, Anne-Marie. That was a great point that I would never have thought to mention. Courtney, you have 450-ish staff that work for you. And part of what Duncan and others have said, I think, to try to make people feel better about the situation if they have concerns, is by making claims that we're going to fight for you tooth and nail about every place where they try to replace you. If you're a voice actor, if they try to not hire you because they're using voice clones, tell us and we'll try to go fight it. If they're going to, not use a stunt performer because they're going to use a replica of a principal actor, we'll try to go fight for you. If we're all the places where members are left vulnerable, they're making claims that they're going to try to go fight to protect all of that. part of what gives me concerns is that if we look at the existing kind of grievance process, which is our claims process, that is not a fast process. In some cases, it takes years to get resolution. And so that may be the loss of too much time during the prime of our performance lives to try to get things addressed. And it's really expensive to try to do that stuff on your own. So you're kind of left with that process alone. And the other thing is, and they said this in the AI FAQs, that we will make sure we have adequate resources to pursue any violations. It's like, well, I don't think that was a right answer for them to put in that, because we haven't been able to hire back up to full strength since we lost a third of our staff during the pandemic. And part of it is because we can't find qualified people that will take what we can pay. As a nonprofit, we can pay at about the 50th percentile, which means half of the companies out there can pay more than we can for the qualified person. So we have to find someone that's not only qualified, but willing to work at a discount because they just really value labor. And so we haven't been able, we authorized, Anne-Marie knows this, we authorized millions of dollars to hire up staff earlier in the year, but we haven't been able to find the qualified candidates to take those jobs. So we really have a bottleneck in terms of the workload on our staff. The approval of the interim agreements was a perfect example of how backlogged the queue was of being able to just do the work to verify that these products or these productions were not AMPTP. So while I appreciate their go get 'em attitude, I have structural concerns that they'll be able to actually be responsive and prompt with the violations of this. And actually, if I was the AMPTP, now would be the time to strike as much as quickly as possible while we're still underpowered. And while some of these protections don't even kick in for 90 days or whatever, we don't know. So that's just something I wanted to mention, is that the game plan is the staff are saying, we'll go fight. Let's take them at their word. Let's give it a shot. Let's see what it does. But I won't be surprised if it's backlogged and it's slow, because they're just underpowered when it comes to that. The other thing that I would say is, there was an emergency Zoom. Well, maybe I won't call it emergency, but everything feels like an emergency right now, right? But there was a Zoom a couple of weeks ago that was done by, hosted by a Loop Group leader who I love. And there were a bunch of stunt performers and voiced actors on this call. And they also had Jonathan Handel on there who was used to be outside counsel. I see you shaking your head, Anne-Marie. But one of the things that came out of that was, since the union didn't accomplish these protections, Jonathan had floated, well, what if we create a rider ourselves? What if we create a form that can be used where we can say, hey, when you go to work, say that you want to use this rider that says, here's how I want my replica to be used, how it's not to be used, how to stand up for other jobs that might be replaced by its use, which is kind of like, us protecting ourselves. The union didn't create that. So now we're trying to protect ourselves. Even if the union does create it, since it's not in the contract, they're not bound to use it. They could say, no, we're not going to let you attach that rider. But I think we're going to have to take proactive steps to try to protect ourselves and each other in the interim until we can get this handled. I hope that's at least some. Oh, good. I'm glad Holly is with us here. So thank you, Holly. So anyway, yeah, I hope that answered your question.
I was going to add something as well. In terms of AI and the legislative process, the U.S. Copyright Office is actually currently asking for public feedback from people exactly like us, people who are being impacted by AI encroaching upon their jobs. So, which personally, I believe AI is going to affect everyone in every industry at some point. I personally believe this is a ripple effect, and Hollywood is the canary in the coal mine. I've been saying that every day practically. But yeah, so I will put a link in the chat to the form. I am currently in the process of filling it out myself. It's just they're wanting public feedback. There's 10,000 comments so far. And it's just, for people to say that, encourage our Congress and our Senate that, we need protections, regulations against AI. And, hopefully they take action on that. Justine Bateman has been saying the use of generative AI is the biggest copyright theft in the history of the world. And I personally strongly agree with that. So if you could, voice your concerns on that as well, that would be much appreciated. And, we're just all doing our small part in this. So.
That's great. And Courtney, thank you for being a strike captain. Yeah, Thomas, go ahead. And
I
then
have to butt in for 1 second, because a similar sort of solutions to like this Jonathan Handel personal writer thing have been sort of tossed out about a myriad of topics. And I just have to point out, as like a working class performer, like the obscene privilege that comes from a suggestion like that just any sort of actor can like be offered a role and be like, but you have to attach this writer. I'm like a professional drag queen and I ask for a makeup kit fee when I get hired. And my agent has to fight to get an extra $125 for me to do my own makeup. If it's between someone who's requesting a writer or not, they're going to go for the person who's not requesting the writer. In the same way, I've heard famous actors be like, well, if they ask you to do 3 scenes, just send in 1. If they want to see you again, they'll ask you to do the other ones. And it's just not how it works for most of our members. So I think like when suggestions are thrown out like that, we have to remember that 84% of our members don't even qualify for health insurance, much less can they ask to attach a rider to their damn offer. So, and I know that's not your suggestion, Sean, but it's sort of like reaffirming that like when you have a dissenting opinion and you're counting on your union to codify important protections, people throwing off like, well, you could always just do this for yourself, et cetera, that's not why we're here. That's not what this experiment of SAG-AFTRA is. We're here to protect each other. And that sort of like, casual lawyerly suggestion of you can handle it, go for it, is so infuriating. It's so insulting.
Those of us who are in the boardroom, Sean will remember this. Had I not used the words condition of employment, our hired staff would have never brought it up, because it's such an anathema. And the analogy was, well, they've been using conditions of employment since the very beginning. If you don't want to work in Vancouver, they cannot hire you because you don't want to. That is apples and pineapples. It's not even within the same realm. So you are 100% correct. It just shows not only the hubris, but the lack of respect of who we are and what we do.
Yeah, Courtney, thank you. Did you have anything else, or are you good?
Just to say that I was actually going to type it to Thomas because I had muted myself, but that I 100% agree that the actions of the individual can never replace the actions of a union that is supposed to protect us. So that is difficult, but I guess I was just trying to see what damage control we can do. So I really appreciate the panel's input. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Courtney, and thanks for being a captain. Really appreciate you for that. Since Jillian has finally arrived home where she can speak without being disrupted, Jillian, I would really love for you to address and share kind of your thoughts about all of this. And you also spoke up at the Palladium about, concerns about minors and being, a child performer yourself, and then moving into leadership of the young performers community. Would just love for you to take the floor.
Oh gosh. Okay. I'm here. Yes, I finally made it home. Hallelujah. Yeah, I did. I asked some questions at the Palladium, specifically, what security provisions were going to be instilled with young performers, because I think we need better security for them, especially with their digital replicas. It's not safe to have these digital replicas sitting on these computers that are usually farmed out into other countries because there's so much technology going on. I have friends who work at these companies who know that they are being farmed out. These companies aren't just all US based, they're across the planet. And so our digital replicas are being stored in places that we've never even been to. And these companies are consistently hacked. I mean, we saw the Sony hack. All of our information was leaked. It was a nightmare. And so I can't imagine a world where there aren't people who aren't going to try to hack these companies once they know they have enough digital replicas to steal from. And for me, as somebody who represents young performers and somebody who was a young performer, I am terrified what that means when a young performer is scanned and then their digital replica is stolen. And what happens to that? terrifies me to my core. And, you know, when I asked this question, and now knowing that there wasn't any specific considerations for scanning with minors, for how long a company could keep it, how they had to store it, it made me really angry. It pissed me off. I'm not gonna lie. I was very angry. I was hurt. I felt like, you know, the young performers are consistently looked over in our industry and our union. And it's just not fair. You know, I had been on the phone even a week after that and talking with a friend and saying, what happens when a company hires a young performer at the age of 8 for a franchise film and says, okay, so, you know, you're 16 now, but when we first hired you, we scanned you when we were 8. So now we're going to use your, you know, 8-year-old scan for a flashback. Well, there goes a job for a young performer, right? Because they can just use that digital replica to do that younger version. So there's so much that goes into it for young performers. And I feel like it was just completely overlooked because, and I get it, like we're scared for ourselves. We're adults, we're scared for ourselves, we're in the room, whatever. But it just wasn't good enough for me as somebody who represents these very, very vulnerable performers. And I was getting messages, and that's why I spoke up at the Palladium, because I had people reaching out to me as somebody in that leadership role. And I wanted to make sure that their concerns were addressed.
Yeah, I think, Jillian, didn't you bring up something about how, like, a child actor, their parent or guardian can consent to the use of their replica on their behalf?
Yeah. So for now, it'll be that the parent or guardian can consent. And, you know, there was a lot of history with all of this, with court orders and all of that stuff going back to the beginning of, you know, time with the entertainment. But as of now, it would just be the parent has to give consent or get a court order to be able to give consent for a specific project, franchise, whatever. But, you know, that doesn't mean that when you turn 18, they won't try to use it. They'll probably still try to use it. And that consent doesn't necessarily get transferred to you because you already gave consent. There's a whole process that you'd have to go through to take away the consent that was given essentially without your consent when you were a child.
Can I just say what I hear in people, Jillian, what I hear from people a lot of times when they hear what you said, they say like, well, they have to ask for new consent if they want to use it again. And that's such a general way of describing what's in the contract. It specifically says if they try to use it differently than what they initially asked you to use it. So let's say if it was an 8-year-old child who was doing like you said, a franchise bit, and they described it in the description reasonably specific enough for them to finish the project without the child, and they did it. And they have a sequel, like years later, the child's now adult, and they're like, we want to bring the child back though, because that's what everyone fell in love with, was the child. We don't need you adult version you. We want the child you. And it's the same work that's in the original description. They do not need to ask that adult you for permission because it still fits the original description. In those descriptions, if you don't think those descriptions are going to be broad, they're going to be broad because reasonably specific is not defined. So it's reasonable for a producer to say, I don't know what the final edit's going to be, so I need to make it broad because I don't know what I'm going to need in 3 months when the final edit's going to be done. So it's reasonable for me to give you a broad definition right now, a broad description right now. And that's reasonably specific. So it's going to be, there's going to be so many challenges to this that the claims department is going to be overwhelmed. They're not going to be able to handle it because it's all subjective. And that's what's really frustrating.
Don't get me started about deceased performers. Let's say that young performer, God forbid, passes away.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the pain that friends and family would have to tolerate to see that young performer used again in a reforming of the same project or something like that project. I mean, Home Alone is the only example I can think of right now. It's disastrous on so many levels. We don't even have enough time.
From a definition standpoint, like synthetic performer, right, is like a digital Frankenstein, like an amalgamation of a bunch of different parts. But when you're talking about this instance, when you're using a former scan of someone, what you're getting is not a performance. It's essentially a single source synthetic performer. Like, it is a puppet of the past, but per our definitions that we're establishing, it's not a synthetic performer because it's not Frankenstein between multiple people.
It's Fred Astaire and Dirt Devil.
Yeah. Well, just to go back real quick on the minor stuff, some people may say, oh, they won't try it or they won't do it, but they already tried to de-age Finn Wolfhard in It Chapter 2 because he aged so much between the two movies and it looked like crap, but they're already using this type of technology on children. And it's just not acceptable to me. I'm sorry, there should have been a clause in there that said no scanning of minors, period.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jillian. I'm so glad that you could raise that for everybody. Kaz, you're back home now, so I just wanted to see if you could unmute and finally ask your question. So if you're able to do that.
Yeah, thank you so much to all the hosts for this meeting. And also, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the negotiators. I cannot imagine the stress and sleepless nights and hours that you guys all put in, and I just am so appreciative. I do have a question, but I also want to express my frustration with how the health insurance was handled in this new contract. And also, I would like to say, that this AI, I'm very concerned about it, especially with our young people. Jillian, thank you so much, because these kids are near and dear to my heart. I just love kids. And I know that our old contract had very few protections in it for them, and now this one's even worse. But I think the government is going to eventually step in with some AI protections. But for this contract, we are extremely vulnerable. And as far as these 6 months meetings, or however often they're proposed with the AMPTP, they're useless because we have no power in these meetings. We cannot strike in between contracts. So what a waste of everybody's time. Now, my question for either Anne Marie or Sean, or preferably both, is the casting platforms. I remember in the W&Ws, this was a pretty big issue, and I haven't heard anybody talk about them. Jeff mentioned something really briefly, but my question about these casting platforms is, we're still in a pay-to-play mode. Why is our union not addressing this? Has this been looked into with legal as far as contacting the labor board? This is illegal. In my professional opinion, I'm not an attorney, obviously, but have we even checked into this? And if so, and if it's all on the up and up, we're paying upwards of $25 a month for just one of the casting platforms. And why does this contract not address that in a more significant way for the actor?
Well, so Emery, if you don't mind, I'll jump on that, because that's been kind of one of my main passion projects. So we do have some protection in this. We're going to have to see how it affects our day-to-day experience, because the language isn't exactly how I wanted it, or that others who are the experts on the negotiating committee with regards to casting wanted it. But what we have in there is essentially that you cannot be charged to access, the casting notices, or to upload and submit any self-taped audition, and to access any of the materials like the sides, etc. So gone should be the days when you have to pay Actors Access or Sides or Showfax or whatever it is to be able to download sides, and be able to have to pay to send in your tape and upload a tape or whatever. So that should be in the past. So we'll have to see how Actors Access and any other platforms adjust their business models. We can't stop them from selling a la carte other items, or to sell subscriptions. But we also say that you cannot be discriminated against or given preferential treatment because you're paying more. So even if you have Actors Access Plus, or you have some kind of premium thing, that cannot advantage you in your submission for work. And part of how the back end works of Actors Access, which is Breakdown Express on the casting side, is its default in what's called random order. So when you log in as a casting director and you look at the submissions you've gotten, they're in a random order. But what that does is it allows those who've paid more to come to the top because they have more relevant profiles because they paid for slate shots, they have reels, they have footage, they have all this stuff. So they're advantaged when it's in its default random order. And so I had concerns about the language that's in the deal now, that they say sorting it randomly or sorting it via alphabetically should satisfy this like not giving preferential treatment business. So I'm holding Ray, our chief contracts officer, and Duncan accountable for them saying, no, we don't mean the random default kind of function. It truly has to be randomized so it doesn't advantage people who have paid more. And so we'll just have to see how well that's being followed by our casting community. I don't know how we enforce it to know that they're not using any kind of, sorting mechanism that gets around this just because it's in our contract, because none of us are in their office looking over their shoulder to see how they're going through their submissions. So, but I can tell you that even if this language fails to provide us with a cost-free access to all of this stuff that we need, we don't know how the impact is going to be of like, well, you still have to upload reels and footage and headshots and all that kind of stuff that we have to pay for. And who knows, maybe the prices on all that stuff will go up to compensate for the lack of being able to charge us for the, uploads and for the access to the casting notices, et cetera. I will tell you that Duncan has committed to me personally in meetings saying that he really cares about this issue. He does agree, and of course, that it's illegal to charge people for access to jobs. And so he knows that. He actually made it clear to the AMPTP that if you don't give us some protections here, we're coming for it legally anyway. He made the commitment that he would like for us to develop our own free online casting platform, whether it's iActor or whether we acquire another one and we make that the one that we use for our membership. So this is one area where I feel very confident and personally reassured by Duncan and our team that they care about this and that they do want to solve this issue. So I'm actually proud of the protections that we've started and what I've heard from Duncan in this space. Great. Anne-Marie, anything to add to that? No, okay, great. Thank you, Kaz. Thank you so much for joining us here. So let's go to Alicia, please. Alicia, I'm sorry if I got that wrong.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Can.
I hope you can see me. Hold on. I'm trying to get. Hold on. Let me get it. I was outside. First off, I'm so happy about having come here and having. There you go. Now you can see me.
Nice hat.
Thanks. I was a strike captain at Paramount, and I'm proud to be it. But that's why I'm so glad to be here and do this, because I feel like the moment I said, like I was talking to some other captains, and the moment I was like, I don't like it, I mean, I feel like it was just negative. So many yeses right away. But I mean, so this helps me, and I'm just glad I sort of changed my mind. I knew all along I didn't like it, and I saw Anne-Marie say something online and Justine Bateman, and I was following them all along. But it really turned my mind. I talked to Sean. I was chatting with Sean Austin yesterday, and he didn't say yes or no, but I just was like, he was struggling with it a little, it seems, himself, and talking to him just made me firmly realize, yeah, I gotta vote no, and this just solidifies it for me. But I guess my question is, tonight sort of brings back that community I felt on the line, so thank you. A couple questions, even though I know what I'm voting, there's things I wonder about the contract. Like one thing for Jillian or anyone who knows, but about the young performers, like if there's a digital W's, where does that money go to? Is it automatically into their trust fund that when they turn 18, or do we know? Do you know what I'm saying?
That's a great question. Hi, Alicia. It's nice to see you here.
Hi. Hey.
It's a great question. I don't know, Sean, I mean, how does the digital replica payout work? Is it just supposed to be exactly like how we get paid out normally?
Yep.
Okay, so then yeah, if it's exactly how we get paid out normally, then
There's one clarification, Schedule F.
Yeah. Right. So if it's not Schedule F, then and you're just a regular performer under Schedule F, then you're going to get the regular amount of payout with the amount of percentage that goes to the Coogan account and goes to agent manager, so forth. But Anne Marie or Sean, do you want to clarify for Alicia the Schedule F stuff as well?
Well, yes, Emery, would you talk about the Schedule F part?
Well, I don't want to get into the weeds with Schedule F because it really impacts such a small number of our members. Let's just say that as a Schedule F performer, I'm exceedingly disappointed with this contract, and so are my agents and managers. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just wondering in general about that. I mean, because it seemed like an issue. But the other two things, like if, like say something like the I mean, I don't think I already know the answer, but like if something like the nanny or something was put on streaming and then it does well, but say that's a big cast, or like Stranger Things, no one gets that money if there's that bone. I mean, people supposedly get the money, but Stranger Things is, or is a big cast, so it's like 20 different people.
No,
you know,
it doesn't impact. It doesn't on or about, so it doesn't impact older content.
Okay.
But Stranger Things is actually an interesting scenario, but it would not impact the nanny.
Oh, right. Because I mean, there's no bonuses for this thing if it all of a sudden becomes popular.
You'll see an overwhelming majority, which has already been stated. You'll see it'll become Me TV on streaming.
Exactly. Antenna TV. Yeah, exactly. And then the other thing is, I think I heard something about like the if you go in for an audition or you want to do like a virtual audition, they said I think someone said it's for mostly for seniors or for people with disabilities. Is that correct?
Well, what they did say is that they want to make sure they provide accommodations for for seniors and for minors.
Okay.
But any performer can request an in-person or virtual option in lieu of a self-tape. And there actually is language. I mean, I think there is. I got to remind myself if I'm wrong, but I think there's language that says that if they don't provide significant windows to allow everybody who's requesting a virtual audition or in-person audition, that they will have I forget what it says, but they basically want to make sure enough time is being given to allow everybody who wants one to be able to get one. Anything else?
It's that window. No, that's it. I mean, I really like old school auditioning because you deal with even if the casting director can't read well, it's like with the emotion, you get the audition. Those are the main things. Like if God forbid this passes and verifies, which I know most likely they always do, those are the things that I want to would love to be addressed, Yeah. I mean, and even if it doesn't, those are the things I'd probably take to the WW later on. But if it doesn't, then those are the things like I would love addressed with the studios, And AI does scare me.
Alicia, we should keep moving. But
the last thing, can I just say one thing about Justine Bateman? And she says on her site, like she has a site for independent films that are all independent. So check out her site, and no AI is used. You can submit your projects there. That's it.
Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you, Sean.
Thanks for being
Thank
here.
you for everything you do.
All right. No, thank you so much. And I just want to also say, like, I appreciate so much that Alicia felt comfortable telling us how she voted. I respect how anybody votes, yes or no. We're all doing the best we can. And so thank you for sharing it. But I just want to say, I don't really need to know how you voted, or how you want to vote, but certainly respect either decision. Alex Plank, please.
Hi, Alex Plank here. How's everyone? Thank you so much, Sean, for holding this and for all your help with everything, and for all the work that you did.
It wouldn't have happened without Heather Ashley asking for a forum like this. So yeah.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate it. And I appreciate all of you who have made your views public. it seems like for me, it's been sort of hard to discuss this because people sort of attack you for like sharing your concerns, and like it's like you're the problem instead of like, and like, yeah, all I'm talking about is what's in this document, and somehow I'm being, attacked personally when I haven't attacked anyone on the negotiating committee personally. Anyway, that aside, my question is about like, there's two questions, because one is about the streaming bonus, which perhaps I'm mistaken, but when the WGA strike ended in 2008, the first thing they did was start Hulu, right? Like that was the first announcement. Oh, we're starting Hulu, right? Like after like they kind of caved, or we caved basically. One thing I noticed was like there was like announcements, and there was one announcement that was like literally the day after the strike ended about like Hulu and Disney Plus like doing a bundle, which I guess means you can pay less and you get both. And my question is like, and then in the last few days, there was also something about like how, that was happening with other streaming networks. There's been all this news and people keep saying, oh, it's going back to like cable. But my question is, I thought that this was based on the number of subscribers that the thing had, and you had to get 20% of subscribers. Now, if millions of people are subscribing to some network that they don't really watch that much on, and like, but like, it's only a few dollars extra. So what the hell, maybe they'll watch something once in a while, but are their subscribers now to that network. And now you have to have 20% of a group that includes people like that instead of just people that are paying. It sounds like they're not intending to pay this out at all. So, am I wrong on that, or is that sort of?
I also want to say, hi, Alex. I also want to say too, with all of the companies buying each other, right? And Disney now going to own Comcast's percentage of Hulu as well. That was just announced. All of them are becoming bigger conglomerates. And as those numbers rise, it's going to be harder and harder and harder to reach that 20% of viewership. It's
voodoo.
Out of reach.
It's voodoo math.
Well, they're also making us compete against the metric that these companies are most incentivized to increase, right? Like these companies are based on increasing their subscribership. So our new pocket of revenue is based off of the one thing they care most about increasing. So we're in this race that we're never going to win, because their entire bottom line, every quarterly call that they're going to have from now until the end of time, is going to be based on what their subscribership is. And they're always incentivized to increase that. So it's just going to get harder and harder and harder every year, not even taking into account all of the loopholes that are available to them and all of the ways that they can manipulate how they're launching their content on these platforms to avoid having to pay us out anyway.
Yeah, Alex, you bring up
a never-ending buffet of sleeper hits from now until the end of time.
Alex, you bring up a really good point, brother. Like the idea that, when you bundle things together, I believe in the contract language, it's that the AMPTP and our union have to meet and discuss. I think it's in a side letter where they have to discuss and agree on what their domestic subscribership should be if they're part of some kind of bundled thing, or for example, like Apple One, where you're paying one flat fee to kind of have a bundle of all of their services, or Amazon Prime, where you're kind of bundled with all the other things that come with it. So are you really there for the video content, or are you there for the free shipping or whatever? So they have to have that conversation with them. But I have to think about it more, but your point is well made that it dilutes the viewership of programs if the platform is bundled with others where, I don't really care about the content on this platform. I just wanted this other thing. Right.
Yeah. And I think that part of the problem is that, maybe I will watch, a couple shows on Paramount Plus, but, I'm really just, watching it because I wanted to watch something on Apple or whatever, you know what I mean? And so, I'm still paying like maybe even a little bit less for Paramount Plus, but, like I'm still a subscriber. So, I can't see them trying to agree to like, not count me who's, watched, a couple shows, but doesn't really subscribe because, I would have on my own. And then my other question is about these independently created digital replicas, because, these AI guys, that did that Zoom the other day were just saying that, they don't really need to scan you to create a digital replica. They could just use footage of you or stuff that already exists and generate it on their own. And it appears that there is no minimum compensation for that. So if I'm not mistaken, there is a incentive for them just to use independently created digital replicas and find people who will agree to do it for, $5 instead of, whatever, thousands of dollars, that they would have to do it as an employment-based digital replica, and they can use it the same way. So I don't understand that part.
Yeah, a member recently brought that to my attention too. That's like, we know the technology is coming where they don't even need to scan you. They can just ingest your previous footage into it. And then all of the employment-based digital replica rules that we kind of have the most of our protections around kind of become useless because they'll just make them all independently created. And then it's all freely bargained. There's no minimums. The only thing the only protection we had is whatever you are paid, they have to make pension and health contributions on. But again, we may be looking at a future where the whole employment-based digital replica thing kind of goes unused, and it's more of like an independently created digital replica, free bargaining Wild West scenario.
Well, that doesn't sound good at all. Well, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Alex, for being here, brother. Great to see you, and thanks for all your outspokenness. Okay, so Pete, I think we have Pete who's up next, and so Pete, don't get mad at me if I hold you to 3 minutes, brother. Okay, don't get mad at me.
Well, stop the clock until I start speaking.
All right, here we go. Let me stop the clock and I'll start.
You started at 3 minutes, my friend.
I will go.
All right. First, I have Tourette syndrome, so if I move around a bit, that's just something I have. So let's start at artificial intelligence. It's an interesting thing because when you're dealing with generative artificial intelligence, and you can respectfully taint the AI engines because it's totally different than CGI. We already do CGI. And with face replacement, certain things, it takes some of our jobs away. But with generative artificial intelligence, the advancements every 3 months equate to a year. So a year is 4 years. So 3 years is 12 years. So respectively, the technology is here now, pretty much as you can see the deep fake of Duncan, but it's much better than that and will continue to grow at an exponential rate. So I was a technology chair at SAG for 4 years. I served on the national board for 10, and I was a current 223 secretary treasurer candidate. I've been involved in union politics with Anne-Marie on the same team, who I highly respect. And everything she said about the streaming platforms, I agree with 100%. Wall Street gets revenue, their return on investment from the film entertainment studios and the networks based upon ROI that is governed by the SEC and on a public ledger that you can see in quarterly reports, and they get it off verified data. If they make a mistake or if they scoot, it's fraud. This is just pie in the sky. So you made a deal based upon nothing, and they can manipulate the algorithms, because if you want to say I got these shows and I got to get 20% of every episode in 3 months, they can manipulate the algorithms and bury any show that they want so they don't make 20%. So it's really 100% of nothing is nothing. And I agree, 25% you want to give away. If I'm on a hit show, why should I give 25% of my salary? That's basically socialism. If I want to give to a charity, I'm going to give it to the rainforest or something of my choice. But my union shouldn't be dictating where I put my money. And then there is accountability issues because respectfully, our union has been quite inefficient. And I have to say for years, and I don't want to get into that politics, but back to AI, the stunt community is going to get buried with this. The voiceover community is buried with this. Then the casting directors, then the Teamsters, and then IATSE, and you have an ecosystem of probably 30% of the workforce in the next 3 years to 5 years. I believe, with what I understand about tech, it's going to be in 3 years. If you look, there's a company called Metaphysic Pro, and to date, about 9 months ago, you didn't know this, but celebrities like Tom Hanks, Rita Wilson, Anne Hathaway, Octavia Spencer, Paris Hilton, and like models like Maria Sharapova already made a deal for them to scan their 3D images to monetize it. Now, if they knew this 9 months ago, what are our negotiators thinking? I mean, they had to be asleep at the wheel. So this seem to be a bit preordained. So you're putting my stunt brothers and sisters out of a job in the next 3 to 5 years, pension and health, hundreds of millions of dollars. You're going to continue to do this down the road, and you're not protecting us. So what I have to say is you have to go back to the table. I'm a hard no, and I recommend everybody vote no. And everyone that voted no up here on this panel, I'm voting for you. And I've disagreed with you from serving on the board many times. But I tell you what, Anne-Marie, I supported heavily for president for the reason that she's one of the smartest women in the room. respectfully, by far. She's got courage and she stands up, and they should listen more to people with an education that really stand for the members instead of pie in the sky and propaganda, spending $240,000 on with our money for postcards to send to our members to tell them how to vote. And I don't appreciate being called a sociopath. And I am not one of those people that is a whatever Fran said, a low rent dissenter. Respectfully, if she believes that, she can put her microphone on and let's debate. And we'll let the members decide who's got the education.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you very much. And even though Pete said he recommends that again, no matter how you vote, we respect you. You're one of our union siblings. It is what it is. But thank you, Pete, so much for sharing all of that. Let's go to Scott Perry, please.
Hi there. Thank you all for all of your service. It's greatly appreciated. My biggest fear in all this stuff is our union just took a knife to a gunfight. I mean, we're about to get railroaded over the next 3 years because what we see with AI right now in the online space, the mobile space, is like a zoetrope. We're about to go from a zoetrope to Panavision in under 5 years. So this whole thing about, we can renegotiate again in 3 years, not going to happen. I am the low man on the totem pole. I am background. I am stand-in. I am a man of a certain age. My timeline in this business is very limited. Now, people like Heather Ashley are just starting out in this business. And my big fear is, even though the wording in the contract, advice, consent, negotiation, arbitration, sounds good on paper, not realistic. And so my biggest fear is we're going to wind up like the bird scooters. I know it's a weird analogy, but just go with me on this for a second, where at first they just appeared a couple at a time. And, that's cool. Look, it's great. It's a scooter. And then all of a sudden the beach is covered with them. There's no permitting. There's no licensing. There's no oversight. People got run over. People got injured. People died. We are being led out into the fields of Normandy without helmets, without vests, without protective jackets. And so this first generation that goes in with these scans might be BJ Novak or Similu, where all of a sudden your image mysteriously pops up in Asia without your knowledge, without your advisement, and most importantly, without your compensation. Now, if you are a person of a certain stature, with representation, with an agent, with a lawyer, you might be able to negotiate how your likeness is used. In fact, I'm sure a lot of people are selling their life rights as we speak, especially if you're tied in with a very popular IP that can be rebuilt and syndicated a la Gilligan's Island or Brady Bunch 10 years down the line and make a lot of money doing that. But for the rank and file like myself, we're out. Game over before it even begins. Just wanted to put that out there, be on the record with it. But just be aware that we're only going to have, on average, 20% of our membership vote. And we have to get a majority, a simple majority of 50.1%. So by that math, only 30,000 people may vote, which means we need 15,001 to vote no in order for this to go back to the negotiating table and see what we can develop. Because right now, these protections that are in place are not going to protect us. And so with that, I yield my time. Thank you for listening. God bless.
Thank you so much, Scott. Thanks for being here. Okay, so let's go to Nick. Nick, thank you so much for your patience. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and hanging with us here. I really appreciate it.
Thanks. Before my question, I just want to say it's really inspiring to be here with everyone hearing dissenters. I myself voted no. And that was an early choice for me when I read I think it was a Hollywood Reporter article where Duncan was talking about Mr. Potato Head face pieces of celebrities being in our contract. And I was like, wait a minute, that's not what I thought we were doing. But yeah, I just want to say at the start of this, there was a lot of talk about actors not being smart, and there's no reason for us to get the MOA or the summary. And hearing a lot of you speak and listening to and talking to a bunch of you over the past weeks has been such a privilege and joy. I think you're all very intelligent, and no one should speak ill of us. We're not idiots. My question now is about page 69 and 70, around that area. That is the GAI stuff. I just maybe Sean can answer this since you were in the room. I'm wondering if you can walk us through the logic of why what ended up in our contract was that there would be negotiation for non-union members who are synthetic performers to have any sort of room to replace us. Like Duncan said, there would be a negotiation if they want to replace us with someone who is not in our union, who isn't even a person, let alone the fact that they're also going to be doing that with performers who are no longer in the union because they've passed away. I guess I'm just wondering why union members who pay dues would want their union to negotiate on their behalf, I guess, to be replaced. And I guess he said he would make it expensive for them to negotiate. I'm just wondering if the cost of that also included, besides the actor, all of the crew that would be missing days of work when actors are on set, like hair, makeup, wardrobe, sound, all of the rest. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. Well, okay. So first off, we wanted to get the right of union consent for them to use synthetic performers, but we didn't get that. Again, our initial push across the table in June when we first started the process was, no, you just can't replace any covered work that's done by humans in our contract with a synthetic performer. And as soon as we opened the door and started having conversations, that's when it led to some of these things, including that for synthetic performers, they don't need to give union consent or they don't need to give union notice and an opportunity to bargain with anything that's non-human. Any alien creatures, any fantasy people that were, usually done with makeup or performance capture or puppeteering or any of that stuff, they don't need to give us notice and bargain with us for the use of that, because it says it clearly doesn't apply to non-humans. So the Na'vi and Avatar, like that would not be, they wouldn't have to do anything with us for that. That's not human. So for human roles, that's when they have to give us notice and an opportunity to bargain. From what I understand, if they don't reach an agreement, it would have to go to arbitration. But ultimately, the union can't tell them no because we didn't get the right of consent to approve it or not approve it. The issue that I have with the idea that we're going to try to make it expensive for them, where it's incentivizing them to hire humans because they're going to have to pay more to do it with synthetic performers. The reason that doesn't work for me, and one concern that I have, is I don't want it to become a profit center for the union to sell what roles that used to go to humans, so that they can generate expensive money. I don't think that, it's been made clear that the union can't accept that money directly into our general fund. So it's not like they can sell roles and for the union's own financial benefit. But there has been talk that it could go towards one of the benefit plans or the foundation, for example, or something. So we don't know where that money is going to go, but it could still go within the union constellation of support companies, et cetera. And then, I would just be worried about the fact that we have no oversight. We're not entitled to any disclosure by our own union that these transactions are happening. What was the role? What was the project? How much did they have to pay in order to replace a human with a synthetic? We don't have any right to know. So all of this could be happening confidentially without our knowledge, and roles are just disappearing as a result. And then, we don't know where that money would go. In terms of was the cost of crew factored in? I wasn't part of any discussions where they mentioned that. All the discussions that I heard were around making it more expensive to hire, to making it more expensive to do that than to hire one of our members, but not making it more expensive so that they'd have to hire the entire production to be able to do that. So,
and also keep in mind, there's nothing that's too expensive for our employers. So that's why they held out so firmly on this, because they know that they will profit in the billions. So they would much rather violate anything in our contract, knowing two things. The fines are minimal compared to anything else. And they also know that the Screen Actors Guild, AFTRA, and maybe other talent unions are not equipped to handle claims. If it took 18 months for me to finally be paid on residuals of a series that I did 30 years ago, what can you imagine what is going to happen in the future with these claims? So Sean is completely correct, but also keep in mind, there's nothing too expensive for our employers. That's why they are our employers.
It's also important to remember, like, Sean, the example of like the Na'vi is great, but like Mork was a non-human. Haley Joel Osment was a non-human in AI artificial intelligence. Monster High is one of the most popular shows for young people, and every character on that show is a non-human. Like, exactly, like there's the fine line between like what human and non-human actually means in practicality is so small. There are plenty of human presenting performers playing non-human characters that have no protection under this.
That's such a great point. There's
And
no
both of
definition of
you,
human.
Sean and Emery, have been in union service longer than I. So correct me if this history is incorrect, but my understanding is that one of the big beefs, one of the big gripes after the commercial strike of 2000, the joint strike, was that that strike resulted in like a loss of market saturation to non-union performers. It seems crazy that that was one of the big sort of takeaways, right? Like, oh, we did this action and we lost market saturation because of it. It seems crazy that in this strike, we would open up an avenue for non-union, non-human performers to steal market saturation away from us. Like, even if we have to bargain for it, like the scope and breadth of what this non-human loophole actually opens up for, we could see a dearth in vampire content. And none of those characters.
It's not crazy if you maybe employ the thought process that I believe our staff truly believed it was a fait accompli. So if you start on that premise, then that places you at the disadvantage of anxiety, maybe fear, maybe lack of confidence in what type of strength SAG-AFTRA actually has. So when you start from the premise of, well, it's going to be here anyway, so let's do our best and hope that things will work out. That's how things like this happen.
Yeah, that's really, Thomas, you bring up such a great question, which is what is a non-human is not defined. So if they just call a human presenting role a non-human, what do you do? You know, that's a really interesting point. Nick, anything else, brother? You've got 51 seconds left.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I remember, I think it was in one of the solidarity meetings, someone said that right now it costs $10,000 to make a digital replica or something. So it'd be more expensive to make one of those. But I was like, that for like 80,000 actors, that's $800,000. That's not even like the budget of like a Marvel movie. That's nothing to them.
Well,
and like
in the VFX webinar that there was with Robert Niederhorst, that Bob, I think his name is Glauderman. I'm sorry if I said that wrong.
Bob. Yeah.
Said that, it's, 5 figures, even into low 6 figures to make a really high resolution, like usable replica from a scan. And so if that's, and I have no reason not to believe him. So that being the state of it, sure, the question is like, well, how long will it take for the cost for that to be drastically reduced? And so
maybe
on your panel,
even in another panel, I think it was the one that Eric did. I don't know if Eric's still here with the AI professionals. There was a caller who called in. They were anonymous, so take it as you will, but they said they had to remain anonymous. And they work in this industry. They say the lawyers of the companies, of the AMPTPs, the lawyers of the lawyers have signed like seal tight NDAs that not even the lawyers who are negotiating this deal for these companies understand what they're doing. But he said they're at $1,000 a replica right now. They have found ways to make it so cheap. So if they're not there like commercially, they're already there privately. They're there very much in the billions. The billionaire companies have access to these very cheap these very high quality, cheap products, but they're not sharing it because they don't want to share it, right? That's competition. So it's out there, and of course, take it as you will, but it's heard. It's people have already said that it's very affordable for them to make these replicas at a very high quality.
I have to leave, but I want to thank Heather and I want to thank Sean for even getting me on this panel. And I want to thank everybody, especially those in the Midwest and back East. I know it's late for you all. Thank you so much for taking time out of your exceedingly busy lives to listen to us. And like Sean said a million times, we're not telling you how to vote. We're just telling you how we voted. And, we just probably have to use the better angels in us and try to survive. So thank you, everyone. This has been fantastic. And Sean, if you don't mind, if anyone wants to get in contact with me, just contact Sean. And Sean can share the message with me. Be safe. Godspeed, everyone. Please be safe. And, we're all artists. We all do the best we can.
Thank you so much, Anne-Marie. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anne-Marie.
All right, great. That was such an honor to have Anne-Marie with us. And thank you, everybody, for thank you for being here. Great.
Oh,
Nick,
can I speak to one more thing that Nick brought up? Because I think it's really important.
Yeah.
This sort of prolific counter argument we've seen on the internet, the various hellscapes of the internet that have erupted over the last 3 weeks of actors aren't smart enough to care about the language in their contracts. It's a crazy thing to say when part of the mission of our union, and especially in LA Local, when you and Christian specifically, have been doing so much work on the orientation committee, trying to get actors more engaged with the content of all these different contracts that we're working under, trying to get people excited about the actual protections and all the things that the union does and is supposed to do for us. It's a crazy thing to say actors aren't smart enough to be engaged with any of that on the same hand. So I just wanted to appreciate you calling attention to the fact that sort of dismissive language has been used sort of to counter people who have valid concerns and want to partake in very reasonable, debate and questioning of the contours of this deal. Because I think that's a really inappropriate thing that a lot of us have encountered over the last few weeks. So thanks for making fun of it.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you so much for being with us here. Okay, Jenny, so glad you're here. Thank you for staying up for this here. Please.
No problem. I'm in a car, as you guys have seen me going in and out of Zoom. I'm helping my mom move. Amongst all the other things I've been trying to deal with all this. You might miss my camera because I have a bunch of things written down on my notes so I don't forget. But I want to first say to everyone who has been answering questions or asking questions, thank you guys first for not bullying us. It's been very upsetting to be called a sociopath, a minion, and a naysayer by people I used to really respect. And so thank you all for actually caring about us. And I feel like I know almost all of you from talking to you or liking all your comments at this point. And just know I care as much about the stunt doubles and background and everyone. And I'm a coach and I'm very concerned about my coaching clients who are also scared. My question, just to get right to it, and I'm going to try not to get emotional because it's been a very stressful few weeks involving this, is involving our auditions. It's just I think I have 3 or 4 questions involving our auditions from being scanned. How do we protect them? It's hard to find ways to add watermarks is my first question. Sean, do you want me just to go into my questions or do you want to answer them as I ask?
Oh, whichever one. What would
Okay.
be best?
I'm going to list them and then you guys, because I'm going to go on the New Jersey transit very soon to get back to New York. But that would be my first question. My
So just so I'm clear on that, Jenny, your first question is what about watermarking? Watermarking what?
So protect our self-tapes from being scanned into AI. There's nothing, at least that's the hearsay, is that there's nothing protecting us and our auditions from being scanned and being trained for generative AI.
There's nothing that I can answer that right now. We gained no protection against them ingesting whatever they want into any generative AI model. The only protection we have is if that Frankenstein, that, as Thomas said, the amalgamated Frankenstein, if you can recognize your eyes, nose, lips, mouth, a primary facial feature, and it's demonstrated that they use not only your natural performer name and the facial feature, that's only when they need your consent and compensation, but how do you prove it's your lips, not one of the other 8 billion people on the planet, right?
Yeah. The only recourse, Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, there is language in the CBA where we are technically allowed to request that our auditions are deleted if we're not offered employment in the picture. So the only real recourse we would have would be every time we submit a casting.
You just answered your own question, Thomas, is that because of the way this is structured, our self-tapes are not auditions and they're not protected by the audition provisions.
So that only applies to auditions proper, not auditions and interviews.
Well,
or self-tapes.
Self-tapes aren't interviews or auditions. They have now been defined as their own thing. So we have no right to ask that our self-tapes be destroyed.
Which is a right that a lot of members didn't even realize that we had. But for auditions, like, you can ask that your footage is deleted. That goes away with self-tapes being redefined as their own new weird thing.
And actually, I didn't even think about that, but that being the case, there's nothing stopping them from, you don't have a right to ask them to destroy your self-tape after you've submitted it, and they can use it however they want to ingest in any kind of generative AI model.
That's how much separating self-tapes from auditions has changed how our contract fundamentally works.
It's why those definitions are important, and why that redefinition of the labor we're doing in the casting process is important, because there are protections tied to auditioning specifically, that this redefinition of self-tapes, it's not just about audition pay, it's about other stuff.
That's right. Yeah. Jenny, please go ahead with your next question.
You guys, this is really helpful. This has been a discussion also, as there's been a growing mistrust within the union of how certain things have been handled. How do we know that the votes will be counted accurately? Is there anything people are a little worried about, maybe fraud with voting possibly, because this is such a high stakes vote? So that's one question, is there any way do we know for sure there'll be no fraud with voting, counting votes?
Okay.
And that's my one other question. And then for being brought back from the grave with AI, how do we protect ourselves? Do we put in our will that we don't want to be brought back after life? Do we do something with SAG? Because I know SAG can attempt to reach out to people, and it's also, where is the money going to go if they negotiate our terms? So that would be my question pertaining that. How do we protect ourselves after death?
Okay, so in terms of the votes being counted, we use an independent third party called Integrity Voting Systems. It's based out of Washington, and I have no personal reason to doubt the integrity of our votes. If it was easy to rig the votes with nobody finding out, I certainly would be on the board. There would be there are certainly no. There were a lot of ways we would have seen that manifest that did not manifest. So I don't personally have any question about the integrity of the count myself. And then the deceased performer stuff, I don't know the answer of where that money would go if it's negotiated with the union and there's no authorized representative for its use. So that's a question I'll need to get the answer to. From what I understand, and I need to get this information myself, but from my understanding, you are expected to leave with the union a will or instructions about what to do in the event of your death, and my assumption is that they will honor that. So if you don't have an authorized representative in the form of an estate or anybody next of kin, yada yada, if they do go to the union and the union sees you have something on file that says, say no, you cannot reanimate my corpse, then they have to abide by that. That's my understanding. So, but
do you know how we inform the union, Sean? Do you know how we would do that?
I don't think that we have been given, instructions on what that process will be. My assumption is that there will be some kind of form or something on our profiles eventually on, when you log into your profile where you have to list that. I mean, assuming that this contract ratifies with that language, they will then have to create the process by which we do that.
Also, I just want to point out the privilege inherent in put it in your will. We have a membership where 80+% of our members don't have health insurance. A lot of our members are not seasoned members who have thought about estate planning yet. So you're asking a lot of underpaid, non-covered, younger people to go find legal guidance to establish post-mortem rules about what the like to navigate the potential complexities of AI technology in the future on an individual basis. It's a crazy thing to be like, yeah, just put it in your will, as if that's something that the majority of our members are doing.
I also want to say too, after the national board meeting, that was one of my first thoughts was like, what, I'm going to have to put this in my will? I don't have an estate. I'm not a Schedule F performer. Nobody cares about my estate. I'm going to have to put this in my will. And if I ever have children, they're going to be the ones who are going to have to decide, which is just so weird to me.
How many of our members are worth negative money, right? Like how many of our performers are in the point in their careers where they're worth negative dollars? And we're saying, no, go plan your estate to make sure if you die tomorrow, Disney can't defile the hologram of your corpse.
But I also
crazy
think
argument.
that this is like, something that as a community, if this passes, if this language stays the way it is, as a community, we need to come together and try to figure out a way to, get one of our lawyers or a lawyer that we know to write something that we can share with each other and get it out to the masses so that we can all put a stop to this real quick and not let it spread.
That's a great circle back to what Courtney was talking about too. Like, how can we be prepared with solutions for how to best arm ourselves in a world in which these rules do become our reality for the next foreseeable future. And that's a really great example of sort of that mutual aid and community support that we can work together.
Yeah, and I guess what was put in the chat here was that if you do leave a will that says they can bargain your deceased replica, in something, that you would name a beneficiary who would receive the payments that would go along with that. So that's something from the chat that that sounds sensible.
Could that beneficiary be the rainforest?
I want to say really quickly, I know because I'm done with my questions and I have to go, but for anyone who's saying that Sean is the ringleader of the no votes, he has been very unbiased with everything. He has not been pushing anyone. So please, with the rumors, he's been taking the back seat and deserves the most respect.
Thank you, Jenny.
Sorry, just had to say that. It's been a rough few weeks. I'm going to go now, but love you all.
Love you. Appreciate you, Jenny. Thank you for being here.
Bye.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that, Jenny.
Yeah, it means a lot to me too. Rachel, please. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. I'm overwhelmed with all the generosity of all of you and the kindness. We all need each other so much right now. So anyway, I have also a few questions. I'm going to jump right in. First one is kind of quick and I think easy. A lot of people don't understand if we say no to scanning and are sent home, do we get paid for the day or not? That's the first quick one.
Well, you are given, you have to be given 48 hours advance notice if they intend to scan you and replicate you, or at the time of engagement. I have to look at the language again to make sure I get this exactly right. But you know what? Let me look that up, sure. Rachel, and then I'll share that because I don't want to misspeak on that. I want to say that if they surprise you with it and you decline it, they have to pay you for the day and then you would go home. Whether they would hire you again, of course, would be the concern. But yeah, to my understanding, you would get paid for the day if they spring it on you and you decline. But I want to verify that in the contract to make sure. I'm getting notes in the chat that said that's correct, that if they spring it on you and you decline, you get paid for the day.
Okay. And the other thing is that a lot of people have been wondering if we decide, there seems to be a lot of quick changes going on, like central casting had the notice that people were supposed to sign. A lot of people didn't read it and then found out later it's the same thing with the, in perpetuity, which is like the worst phrase in the world right now, that they're going to own your image. And then somebody told me that they recently updated it again. So it's not exactly that, but it just seems to be so much like unscrupulous changing of wording. Like, is there any way for us to fight this or stay on top of it?
Yeah, did one of you have an answer?
That's such a big question. That's such a big question. And I wish I had an answer for you because I have the same question. It's unfortunate that we have to, one of the first answers is go ask your lawyer, as if we all can afford a lawyer, as if we all have access to a lawyer. So it's really frustrating to hear that as your first answer. But I think your lawyers right now are the union technically in this case. So you can reach out to the union's legal department, and I highly recommend you do. I'll find their information for you so I can put that in the chat. But I'd recommend going to them first to see what they say. Okay. So you have a foundation for that question. But it's a big question. I mean, central casting, they started their own software company. I don't know if anyone noticed that. There's a central casting AI company now.
Oh my God. You
can only imagine what they're going to be doing with that. You just look it up on LinkedIn. And so they're all working to find some way to make money in the new world, because let's be honest, if AI is the future, there's no in-person work for central casting, right? So they need to find another avenue of revenue stream, right? So they're thinking about the future as well. So I get it. It makes sense, but it's like so many things are changing so fast. So I would say start with the union, see what the union says. And if that doesn't satisfy you, I would say start looking into reaching out to us, reaching out to leadership. We can do our best to try to get more specific answers for you.
Cool. I just wanted to jump in with one quick other thing, not to compare our brothers and sisters in California versus New York, but we don't have the same responsiveness when we call as you guys do. Case in point, I mean, there was a question about mileage and zones, and everybody says, oh, just call SAG and ask them. And it took over a week to get a very simple, straightforward question answered. And I mentioned to the person, why is it that in California they have a new member orientation every month when we've had 2 canceled? The first one was, I don't even know why. The second one was because we had a bad storm. I understood that. But they don't reschedule it until several months later. So we wind up having it once or twice a year. So I could have answered that question had I had a new member orientation. And I asked why we can't do it on Zoom like California does. Why does it have to be in person? So somebody finally said, well, maybe we could start doing it again on Zoom. But the point is, why can't we take it with you guys since you do it every month? I don't understand.
Rachel, thank you so much for that. And really, local programming like our orientation are generated by local members and with the support of local leadership. I think that's something that if you and any other New York local members want that you should let your local leadership know. You should, inquire about their member orientation committee if they have one and who's on it, and reach out to them and say kind of what it is that you want and why. And if your leadership are not responsive to you, then you change the leadership. These people are there to serve.
Working on that, Sean. That's why I have a petition going around. Yeah,
but I'm just saying, and I met some wonderful people from New York during the negotiations who I really felt like I bonded with and connected with. And so I have a lot of love and respect for some of your local leaders. And if you're not getting answers back from generally calling your staff in the New York local office, maybe I can connect you with some of the local board members. And you can also, by the way, anybody who wants to reach out to your local leaders, if you email your local and put it attention to a specific board member, they will pass it on. So for example, if you wanted to reach Jane Doe in the New York local board, you send your email, I think it's to newyork@sagaftra.org, and say, please pass this on to Jane Doe, and they will do that. So if you don't have their direct contact information, you can route it through the local email. Also, if you wanted to get in touch with any department of our union, if you email info@sagafter.org, they will route it to that appropriate place. And I remember always being like, whatever, that's like a junk email box. No one's checking it. Like info, that sounds so like generic and lame. Like who's going to, but they really say they'll send it up to Fran. They'll send it up to Duncan. They'll send it wherever you want, as long as you email it in and you're specific about where you want it to go. So I would take them at their word and email info@sagafter.org if you want to connect with our legal department, et cetera. But I'm also happy to share some of our emails of our staff in the chat if you want to reach out to specific people. Obviously, there's department heads who are the first ones to contact about specific categories of stuff. But if you wanted to reach out to, our general counsel, Jeff Bennett, he's been amazing. He's been really responsive and helpful. He's got a great team. So that's Jeff's email right there. And then he might be overwhelmed. And so there's, I think, I don't have Danielle Van Leer's. I'll find Danielle's as well, who also works with him on the IP side. But remember, these people work for you. So take them up on it. And if you want something that they're not doing in your local, maybe be the leader who makes it happen. And if they won't let you do it, and yet they won't provide something you want, then you have to decide whether they're the right people to lead you.
Right. Well, I think today I rattled some bones about it. So we should be hearing something shortly. But if not, I will be in touch with you.
But the other thing, to answer your question, then we'll move on. But Rachel, thank you so much for joining us. The other thing is that I've wanted us to open up our LA orientation for any member of any local to come and participate and learn, because we are doing this and we've created a really great program. However, we really want to respect the autonomy and the jurisdiction of other locals to do what their members want and to not, encroach upon their authority or on their turf, whatever. You would think, well, who really cares? If you're doing something useful, why not let everybody benefit from it? And that's my point of view. But I do also want to be sensitive to any, feeling out there that no, don't push your LA stuff on our members or whatever. So although that's something we can always talk to Fran about and talk to our leadership about why wouldn't we take advantage of something that's really great in one local for everybody's benefit? Why do we have to be constrained? Anyway, so thank you for that. Cutter, please.
Okay, I was just going to make a quick clarification.
Oh, go for it. Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Just wanted to add, I also am concerned about what's going on with central casting and the image releases or whatever is happening. I did want to clarify, I also saw that LinkedIn post or the LinkedIn account for central casting AI. I wanted to clarify though, I don't know that that's actually affiliated with the central casting that we know. It says it's a startup from Boston.
Company. Yeah, it's a Boston company. You don't know the direct affiliation.
Right. It's still concerning though. It's still, it's a startup that provides game developers of any level with pre-trained non-player characters, NPCs for games. So it's still, problematic, but we just don't know for sure if it's, the same. Just wanted to add that.
Thank you for making that clarification. Cutter, please. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you. How much do you think, what are the odds of this being rejected? I've been a member for 25 years. I have never seen one contract denied by membership. So if that happens, like I think it probably will, what do we do from here?
Well, I think, so a contract has never not been ratified. I think that there are circumstances around this particular negotiation that are new that make it kind of a game changer. And one of them is that the last time we struck this contract was 1980. That was before the AMPTP existed. In fact, they formed the AMPTP in response to the fact that in 1980, we got a 32.5% wage increase. We got revenue share of home delivery via like VHS and pay TV and what we call supplemental markets to, initial exhibition in theaters or on television, et cetera. So we were so effective with our last strike that they formed a cartel. They formed an alliance of companies that price fix our labor together, and we can't barter them against each other. They're all, we have the same terms with them all. And we've been subjected to their pattern bargaining ever since, where they kind of tell us what they're going to do and they make all the unions try to conform to it, and et cetera. And also in 1980, we didn't have one union, we had SAG and AFTRA. So this is the first time not only that we're negotiating against the AMPTP, but we're also negotiating as a merged union. But another thing that's new is that we didn't have something that was an existential threat to our art form in any prior negotiation. And so that's what makes this so unique, is that in the past we've been like, okay, well, maybe it's not as much as we would have want, but like whatever, like, but at this point we can't really afford to say whatever. Like, we may actually not be able to say whatever anymore. Like, this is a matter of like, will some of our categories of work exist or not? Now we're looking at this is so crazy that we're in this situation.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm looking for an answer, kind of. What happens next if this passes? Okay, well, so I think I already answered that question earlier, that if it's ratified, that becomes our contract for the next 3 years, and we have to enforce it. The negotiating committee becomes a standing committee to address any issues that come up in the short term, for example, like setting up the streaming bonus fund and how that money is spent, et cetera. And then we prepare for the next negotiation in 2026 to bring things into the WWs and elect leadership, et cetera, to help fight for our goals and all of that. So I hope I'm answering your question. I thought I was on the right track to do that, but what is there? No, that's okay. Is there any estimation? Every vote, it feels like, passes with 92 to 97%, which is crazy. Do we have any estimation of how many of us are leaning towards no? I'm not asking for a vote count.
No, we don't, because the chairs of the negotiating committee, so Duncan and Fran, they will have access to the running total of the votes. So they know on their end on a daily basis how the vote is going, and that gives them the opportunity to deploy additional resources if they want a particular result. And so, but the rest of the negotiating committee doesn't know what the running totals are. So we really don't have a read on, is it going to be passed by 70%, 60%, 55%? We don't really know. We all know social media isn't real life. And also social media is only touching those who are actively engaged with the union. There's so many more members who are not actively engaged in these meetings and conversations in any way, shape, or form. Their only contact is getting the postcard, getting the email, getting the robocall, whatever it is. So unfortunately, we don't really have a sense of whether this will pass or not. And so it's kind of anyone's guess.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to go off track. I was just trying to describe how we're kind of in a new moment. So you can't really compare it to anything in the past. Thank you, Cutter, for that. Richard Clark Larson?
Yeah. Okay. So if I've read the MOA, and it looks like there's some protections in there for AI. You've got to get your consent. They got to tell you what it's for. And they got to pay, and if they use it in a way that it would normally get you residuals, they got to pay you residuals, and et cetera. So it seemed pretty good to me. Now, it seems like a lot of people have a lot of concerns with it. Can you break down kind of succinctly what some of the problems with it is?
Well, succinctly, what's that?
I was saying, Christian, it's your moment to shine.
Yeah, Christian, if you want to.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. I was looking in the chat, answering a question in the chat. So could someone summarize that?
Yeah, Richard was asking for a succinct explanation of the issues with the AI protections and why people feel unprotected by those.
Okay.
So if you want to take a crack at it, and then I'm looking for my document.
Okay. Yeah, I love that you Sean made a document as well. So I'll just list the labels on my documents. I won't go into details on the specifics, but I'll just list the areas. And if you have any specific questions, Richard, please let us know. Specifically artificial intelligence in terms of damages, specifically injunctive relief, meaning we're only limited to monetary damages. We don't have any way of saying you have to re-edit your final product or withdraw it or cancel it or redo it if it doesn't represent what we thought we agreed to or something that we didn't agree to at all.
So they can
in
still keep
terms
it. They can
of-
still keep it like that, and they can just pay you off.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
And there's no number of how much they have to pay you off. It's whatever the judge feels. So it could just be what you would have earned if you did that job anyways. It could be just like, $1,100, but they're still using your body to do something that you don't want it to do. Maybe kick a dog. I don't know. It could be so many things that you just don't want yourself being seen to do because you have family, you have kids, you have religious beliefs. You have so many things that could keep you from saying no initially, but they could still continue to publish that. Moving on to the other things, I'll just list some others. Strike protections is a big one. We're not protected in the future from them using our AI likeness during a strike. So in 2.5 years, everyone's saying we can do this, we can fix this in 2.5 years. If everyone had the stamina to strike again in 2.5 years, they could use all the pre-consented AI digital replicas up until that point to continue finishing any project they wanted. They could create new promotions if they wanted because they got your permission to do it initially. They're not going to be able to add anything or change anything that you initially agreed to. But just imagine it as a lawyer as a producer and a lawyer. You're going to want the broadest description possible because if God forbid somebody passes away, they're not going to want to go to their estate for every other scene to finish a project. It's just not reasonable for them to want to do that. So they're going to write descriptions at the very beginning. They're going to be broad enough to finish a project. And if we go on strike, it's just like you not being able to finish that project in another sense. And so they're going to find a way to continue it with the original description. And they can create promotions because they're going to get your promotional consent before the strike as well, because obviously they're going to want to promote it before the project's finished. So they're going to get all this pre-consented stuff done early, and they're going to be able to use our likeness. And now we won't have the leverage that we really need to gain anything of substantial in the future. So that's another big one. I don't want to list them all because there's literally 17 pages, but I will name, I think Alex brought up one that's really big: no minimums for independently created digital replicas. Those are the replicas where they don't need your body anymore. They just are going to use past work or your past scans. And there's no minimum. They can just reach out to you and say, hey, we want to use your digital replica as an independently created digital replica, and we want to pay you $10. You're like, no, I want like 50,000. And they're like, okay, bye. And they're going to go to somebody who's going to say yes to the $10 eventually, right? We're competing against ourselves. It's kind of like what's happening with non-union commercials, where you're like, it sounds great because you're getting this big check of $5,000 for a buyout. But eventually the next year it's going to be 2,000. And the next year after that, it's 1,000. You're like, this was the same job. Non-union commercial was one, and we might not understand this now as being in the union, but this is what's happening to the non-union commercial world. And it's the same thing going to happen to us because we're going to be bargaining against each other. We're all trying to survive in this industry. So those are 2 or 3 big ones that I think are really important to consider.
Yeah, and Richard, too, I put into the chat my PDF that I was able to find where I listed out my concerns with the AI stuff that's about a little less than 6 pages. And they're very succinct points, but there's a lot of concerns. So if you want to know why I personally, what concerns I have as a member of the negotiating committee and somebody who's poured over this language with a fine-tooth comb and run it by other attorneys and other experts that looked at that language, that including people who are advising the negotiating committee, et cetera. So I would just advise you to look at that to get my thoughts on it.
How do the people who are for the contract respond to your concerns? What do they say?
No, they don't have the ones that I list are ones that have not been satisfactorily addressed.
So they don't address them at all. They don't say.
No. Well, I mean, I'm sure they'll have opinions about it. We'd have to go on a specific, point in order for me to address that. But going through all of the AI facts and all of the stuff put out by the union, all of that, what's in the MOA, these are all things that were still concerns after all of that, all of those answers, and attending all of the informational meetings, et cetera.
And they didn't. They don't respond. They don't say, "Well, no, that's a concern, but this, that, and the other thing."
I would say, without talking about a specific item, which, if you want to look it over and then contact me with, whatever you would like to have a specific answer about, I don't really think we have the time for me to go through all of the 6 pages of concerns, but, I'll put the thing in the chat again. I was asked to repost it, but I would just kind of generally say that the general answer that I think we've all been given, not just me, is it's good enough for now. We're going to monitor the situation. This is a good first step. The technology will not advance in the next 2.5 to 3 years to make this a serious cause for concern. And that the protections we have in there right now, including the notice and opportunity to bargain, and the fact that it's too expensive to replace us with replicas at this time, that those are sufficient to hold it off until we can go back for more in 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what they say. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope I represented that view well. I think I did. All right. Thank you, Richard. The rest of the panel, do you think I missed anything about the answers they give about? No? Okay.
No, that's great. I did send my documents to the staff and lawyers, and they honestly said they don't have time to respond. So I don't know, can imagine when I have a claim for AI, what they're going to have time for, but they did not have time to read my document or respond. So I haven't gotten a response directly. I'm sure they do have a response like Sean said, but in general, it's been what Sean had said as well.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you, Richard. Thanks for being here. Let's go to Erica G.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to thank you all and for your passion, for your heart. I feel more relaxed than I felt at any of these seminars. I just feel so relaxed in my gut. So thank you all from my heart. I just wanted to say, based on Sean, what you'd said about this existential moment we're in. And, just thinking of us as artists, like this is our instrument, our voice, our body, our arms, our emotions. This is us. This is us. And I looked up the definition of self-ownership, which is the moral or natural right of a person to have bodily integrity and be the exclusive controller of one's own body and life. That really spoke to me. Because I feel like this is the existential thing that we're being asked to go, okay, just trust, because that's what we're giving up. We're giving up that autonomy of ourselves. And that's what really freaks me out. And I was on that VFX, I think it was called, that VFX webinar with Robert and that wonderful special effects guy who put me a little at ease, because then I was going to ask you this, Heather, because he was talking about how sort of when they store these replicas, they're in this sort of, I don't know the word for it, but a space that's not, the internet cannot get to it. It's sort of offline. He went into this whole definition. I don't know if you remember this, Sean, or if you were on the call at that point.
I think it was called air gapped. Yeah, air gapped.
Okay, the air gap thing.
Yeah.
So, and he was like, and you're probably Christian all over this topic, but just that the whole air gap, that sort of, there was a safety with that. And then, it was so cost effective. And then, but then when our union was saying, okay, we'll meet with them every 6 months, and this shit's moving, excuse my French, but is moving so fast. How are we don't even have a team set up to navigate this. So everything just seems moving so quickly. So, I'm just wanting to share, I guess, and that's what I wanted to share. Those are my big concerns about our autonomy. And then just 2 other quick things is I had a friend of mine, this was before the strike, the actors went on strike, and her child, he's 20, I'm going to say she was in her 20s, was in a movie where right before we went on strike, the day before, they asked her to sign a waiver or sign an agreement that they would use her, that it would be okay if they would take the lead actor and de-age him and put that on her child's face. And the child wanted to work, so said yes. And they're not a child, they're in their 20s. Mm-hmm. But it was this sense of like, oh my gosh, you think you're going to be in a role and you're not, because somebody else's face is going to be on your face. And all of this really disheartening ways that we are going to be treated is just upsetting. So I'm going to just switch gears and just say, another thing that concerned me was about per diem in this contract, because yes, we got a $10 boost, but my whole issue's been, can we get it when we arrive on location, not at the end of the job? When some people, as you were so beautifully saying, Thomas, some people go to work, they can't afford the freaking per diem. They need the money right now. So it's just, there are things that just feel like they're halfway there, but they're not fully there. They're kind of there, but they're not. And I just wonder if there's any feedback to what I'm sharing.
Yeah, the per diem amount, what we fought for was 25% of the GSA, which is the Government Services Administration. I think that's the right way to say it. Because they basically, when they have government employees that go around the country, there's different, like obviously a meal in Mississippi may be less expensive than a meal in New York City or whatever. So it kind of changes where you are in the country, and they have kind of a set amount of like what government employees get for that. And we were asking for an indexed amount that would be 125% of whatever that is. Ultimately, where we ended up is, according to our economist, kind of equal to what that would have been with this $10 increase and then this additional $5 increase in 2 years. But if it's not indexed, it means we have to go back and renegotiate this amount every single cycle to try to get it increased. It's one of the reasons why meal penalties have not been addressed in 63 years, and we didn't address it this time either. It's one of the things that we let go. And so again, and that was another kind of safety issue of like, our members need to eat. And right now it's so cheap that they just factor it into the cost of production. Meanwhile, people are in real safety, medical conditions because they are not getting fed. And so, and which, by the way, to me is another indication that anybody who says we'll get it next time, well, it's been 63 years and now it'll be 65, 66 years when it comes to meal penalties. And that's pretty important. That's getting fed, So there are things that are very important to us, rest periods, which have to do with safety of people not dying when they're tired, driving to and from location, et cetera, that again got kicked down the road. So I don't personally think the union has a defensible track record on we'll get it next time. Right. So that's the thing with per diem is I felt like we were trying to fight for something that ensured you got it at the beginning of your work week, but that's already the contract. So what you have to do is you have to go to production and make sure that they know that's what the contract requires, that you get that at the beginning. If you don't want to go to production yourself, that's a contract violation that you report to the business.
I always fought to get that done. And I on my last job, I was in New Orleans. I got them to do it. It wasn't the norm. Production was not doing that. I just thought it was going to be in this contract wording for the actor. You will get this as you are, when you arrive on location. That wording is not there.
It's already in the contract. So it's an enforcement issue mainly, for us to make sure that productions are abiding by it. So what I had to do on my show, for example, is I literally took the contract language to the accountant, people that were in the trailer, and I said, this is what it says. And they're like, oh, and then by that point, now everybody gets it by electronic transfer into our accounts at the beginning of the work week. So it hasn't been an issue. Sometimes it's a matter of education and proactivity. If you don't feel comfortable doing it yourself, that's why your business rep is there. You report it to them. They make sure production is abiding by it. So we didn't need to negotiate for that because that's already in the contract. But I thought we had conversations about how we can take additional steps to making sure that you get it at the beginning. And I think actually, if my memory serves me correct, in the interim agreement, didn't we have language that said they needed to provide it to you in a prepaid debit card or something? So we did take additional steps to try to make sure that you were given your per diem. But one of us is going to have to look it up in the interim agreement and make sure I'm not misspeaking about it. But I believe we did try to help in that way for it to be easier to enforce. I'll take a look at that when I can. But anything else, Erica, at the moment?
No, I just think this was really, really helpful. And just one thing, when Cutter was saying, well, what can we do if this does get passed? And at one point I just thought, what if we all secretly just decline being replicated? Like, no, we're all just going to say, no, you cannot scan me. That's just the majority of the people who say no. We just say no, we impact them in that way. So that was my last thought.
Got it. Well, yeah, my memory did serve me. So in the interim agreement, we did have language that said that the producer shall issue per diem checks to day performers before the start of each workday and to weekly performers before the start of each work week. At the performer's election, such per diem may be issued via direct deposit or prepaid debit card, provided the performer receives the above noted minimums, net of any fees, et cetera. And if they failed, that they should be entitled to a 200% penalty of the day performer rate. So pretty stiff penalty for them not to give you that up front. So that was in the interim agreement, which means that was what we were fighting for. Obviously, we did not achieve that additional enforcement penalty language. We just got the $10 increase and then the $5 increase in 2 years later.
All right. Thank you all so much.
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me about that. Yeah. Okay. Sabrina, please. Yeah, Sabrina, I know you've been waiting a while. Are you able to unmute and join us here? Okay, we'll go to Vincent and then we'll come back to Sabrina. Vincent, thank you for your patience, brother.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Right. First of all, I want to talk about the jewel that the elephant in the room is. And Sean, you've been like this stalwart warrior that has a kind of neutrality I have never witnessed from any of our members. And I so admire you and your ability to keep that framework. I just want to talk about that for a minute. I want to talk about, like, I wasn't at the very, I don't think, first Solidarity meeting. And I don't know, if you've ever talked about this, but I forgive me if I'm putting you on the spot. But when you guys devised this instrument of Solidarity meetings, did you have to get clearance from the union to be able to do this, or the guild? I'd like to refer to it. So you just did this on your own accord, and it kind of garnered some steam and some people got attracted to it and came along. I just wondered, as a national board member, if anybody has given you grief. I mean, do they know that you conduct these meetings?
Oh, of course. When the here, let me pause your clock here. Thank you for bringing that up. Listen, Solidarity started when I reached out to a bunch of people I respected in the industry and said, hey, who do you know that isn't in union leadership that you wish was? Because they're just awesome. And I got a list of like 45 people, and I invited them all to a meeting in Culver City. And we were like, hey, let's create kind of like a West Point for future union leaders where we learn stuff and then we develop each other in a non-political, non-partisan way so that we don't feed this kind of two-party political factionalism that we've been so hampered by for so long. And then when we started meeting in somebody's living room, every Wednesday night, we just started by reading the Netflix agreement, which had been newly negotiated around that time. And we didn't understand half of what we were reading, but we were like trying to understand what this is. And then we read the National Constitution together. It became kind of like a book club. And that because we realized we shouldn't be developing leaders when we don't even know how this union works or how any of this stuff operates. So it became less about trying to, train new leaders. And it really just became a nonpartisan, non-political, safe educational book club kind of space to just learn stuff. And when the pandemic struck, our meetings became such a beautiful place every week for us to have community, to learn about something. And then we'd have an after party with like those snap filters on your Zoom where you could look like potatoes and whatever, it was like pandemonium. And we'd be on with each other for 3, 4, 5 hours because we just had like a family to learn with of union siblings across the country and the world sometimes. So because we don't claim to be an official SAG-AFTRA event, we don't use the SAG-AFTRA logo, it's a completely grassroots educational private meeting of members, whoever wants to show up. And it's just kind of grown since then. And now we have, Mickey, Katrina, and Renee, who are like the hosts of it, because it was just too much for Charlie and I to keep up when we were getting the member orientations going, and then also be on the negotiating committee, et cetera. So, and the thing that I love about Solidarity is it's absolutely nonpartisan, non-political. There's no talk of any kind of political label. We're all there just to learn together. That is it. And so it doesn't matter what your political affiliation is. In that room, we're all just students and learning together. And it's been amazing. And you'll see that so many of the people who have participated in those meetings have gone on to become part of the committees, have gone on to become strike captains, have gone on to become board members, and delegates. So I'm very proud of that kind of space. But all of us, this is not an official meeting of the union. This is just a private meeting of members who want to talk about this particular subject. So as long as you don't claim to be a union event, any of us can get together with our friends and just talk.
It's interesting because I've been sort of writing a business model for something that I think is really exemplified by your Solidarity meetings that I would assert to you or submit to everyone in this room. This is what our W&Ws need to look like. That being at a conference room with maybe 19 of your peers does not work. But showing up at a meeting like this, where you see 700 people on a Zoom meeting nationwide, talking about their concerns, this really, honestly, in my opinion, should be the W&W model for everyone. it would solve so many problems. And yes, it would be difficult to manage all of that inbound information from everyone. However, I really think that we need something other than what we have right now. So I just wanted to say that, get that out of the way.
Yeah,
but
Vincent, one quick thing. Well, I paused your clock. Just one quick thing on that, just to say is that, correct me if I'm wrong, Thomas, Christian, Jillian, or I don't know, Heather Ashley, if you participated in the W&Ws that we had back in November, December into January. But I feel like our LA W&Ws were kind of like this. We had really great leadership of David Jolliffe and Jolie Fisher and Sean Astin and Jody Long. I mean, we had 16 W&W meetings. We had multiple national caucuses. Everybody was heard. Everybody was given a chance to speak. They were guided if they were nervous. People held a lot of space for people who had, points of view that disagreed with them. So I think, since you're a New York member, right, Vincent, I think that it's really about the culture in the local of how they approach these types of things. And if there's something about the way we did it in LA that other locals should emulate, then please bring this to your leaders and say, this is the kind of environment we would love to create.
Look, we literally had a chair here at the New York local who, as far as I know, on the background W&Ws, what I was told, had not worked on a background or under a background contract for more than 10 years and was chairing that committee and was introducing motions from the chair at the start of the meeting. I'm like, motions? I'm like, we haven't even had any discussions. And even our own executive director, was overwhelmed by the presence of there being 19 people in that room, that they demanded that everybody take one topic, not to be repeated by any other person in that circle of people. And that at the end of the meeting, there'd be these giant Post-it notes all over the room that we would be given colored Post-it notes to go flag our top 3 favorite things that they wanted to be taken to the plenary. And I was like, seriously, we just spent all this time talking about all these things and you're going to take 3 of what we talked about? All of these things are important. So I think these kind of forums are powerful and instrumental for everybody to get heard, and for us to find some common ground with each other about the things that really do matter, especially if we're going to go this even playing field from LA to New York. I mean, that's just my thoughts. I wanted to get that out there and I just wanted to lastly just throw this in here because it was talked about earlier with AI. I think everyone really needs to be paying attention to how the FTC, and that's the Federal Trade Commission, and the Department of Justice are keeping a very close watch on conglomerates consuming, like Disney with Hulu and all of that stuff, and creating a monopoly. I don't know why we don't have antitrust laws that pertain to this whole AI digital replica thing, because it's not fair business practices. It's not fair ethics. And they're sort of creating a monopoly where it works against us, which is in complete contradiction to collective bargaining. Because you're now putting us in the position of, we don't have any collective bargaining agreement with these third-party companies that are going to be contracted by production to manage our digital replicas, to store them, manage them, manipulate them, and so on. We're not in a collective bargaining agreement with them. We're in collective bargaining with production. And I don't need to tell anybody in this room what it's like to get production or a second to listen to you when there's a problem on set on the day. So I mean, that's all I want to say about that. There's a lot of government intervention that is being conducted right now that will be to our advantage down the road. And I pray to God that everybody votes no.
Well, Vincent, please let me know what I can do to support you in trying to change the culture if you think there's a more healthy way for it to be done. And I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to call you back. I was in New York for a film festival and all that, so I do want to make sure we do connect. And so thank you for that. And to answer kind of your last part of your question, and then we'll move to Sabrina if she's available, otherwise to Michael. But I just wanted to say, I have received targeting, being pushed back against, being given grief since I started volunteering for the LA Conservatory in 2015. I mean, my entire union service experience has been being essentially targeted for speaking my truth, speaking up about what I see, of trying to make things better. And what I've learned, my personal journey, is nothing speaks more loudly than creating value for the members. Like, I'm not elected by the other leadership. I'm elected by the membership. And if they really like what I'm saying and doing, then they want me in leadership. I'll be in leadership. Like, it's not really up to anybody else. And I've worked really hard to build great relationships with other leaders, with our staff, et cetera. And so people can say whatever they want because they're afraid, they're scared, they don't like anything they can't control, whatever. But, whether it's solidarity, whether it's something like this meeting tonight, we're all witnesses to this. If you think I did something wrong or any panelist did something wrong, tell us so we can do better. But I would assume you all feel that we've tried to conduct ourselves with as much patience and grace and, fairness as possible. So,
absolutely.
Yeah. So thank you for what you said, brother. Thanks for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sean, is it possible? This has nothing to do with any questions specifically, but I did get it in the chat. People were asking about voting, the deadline. Some didn't know. The deadline is tomorrow at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, just so you know before you have to jump off. It is tomorrow. So if you haven't voted yet, please make sure you get in your vote. If you're waiting for your postcard, you do not need the postcard to vote. It's just one form of giving you your PIN. Another way to get your PIN is to go to the voting website. I'm going to put it in the chat real quick. And underneath the place you log in, it says find my PIN. You click that. It will ask for your last 4 digits of your social security number and your SAG after ID number. You put those 2 numbers in, it will give you your PIN number. You just copy paste, then go back to the original website landing page, and then you'll be able to put in and log in with your PIN and your SAG after ID, and then you'll be able to complete your vote right after that. It's super simple after that. But just so everyone knows, the vote does close tomorrow at 5 p.m. and you can vote online without the postcard if you just go to the website and click Find My PIN.
Great. Great. So Sabrina, wanted to try you again if you're available. Otherwise, yeah, there we go.
Hi, I am. Okay. You guys, thank you so much for staying so late and answering all the questions. Can't even tell you how helpful it is. Christian, thank you for emailing that to me when I asked. Sean, thank you for getting back. Julie, I'm just getting to know you. I have a child in this industry, as I said to you. So there's
Did you mean Jillian? Not
yeah,
okay. Jillian.
So I thank you for all of your work and pointing out a lot of the concerns. I obviously sent a whole slew to Jason, as he seemed to be the speaking member. Those weren't addressed, so I sent it to SAG. That wasn't addressed, so it made it really difficult to vote yes when I couldn't get any questions answered, especially when it comes to the streaming, obviously the AI, and for children, for minors. This is disgusting to me for kids, especially as the mother of a child actor. I'm not just an actor. I have to look out for her as well. But one of my biggest questions was, it was difficult to vote on the 25% fund because even the TA said it may not be legal. This may not even be legal. So we're all going to ratify or supposed to ratify a contract when we don't even know if what they're proposing is legal. So let's say, I have a couple of questions. Let's say, one, this is ratified and it's not legal to do. What's going to happen to the so-called 25% as far as the distribution? Do the people on that platform for the 20% membership just get the 100%? And then those claims are obviously going to be ridiculous because it costs them nothing. I mean, it's years to get $400 from a couple of films I did. It's just, it's ridiculous as far as the claim violations. And then, so what happens to that 25%? And then let's say a miracle happens and it's not ratified. How do we make sure that the concerns that we have actually get addressed and everyone, and they're heard?
You want me to take that? Well, the claims process is not great, right? The claims process is essentially, it incentivizes our employers to force us to go after as much of our money through the claims process as possible, because it's essentially an interest-free loan to them. And oftentimes they settle for less than we would have been owed if they would have paid us. initially, and you give up all claim to the resolution once you put it in the claims process. As one of our membership rules says, as soon as you file a claim, the union can dispose of it however it wants. You don't have any control over it. And some claims have been bartered away in past negotiations, so it didn't actually go to the members. It actually was used as a bargaining chip. So the claims process is problematic just on that alone.
Right. So the AI is going to be off the charts. They'll pay the $500.
I mean, I think we're all kind of concerned that can our union handle the volume of claims that will come from this situation? They're claiming that they will adequately do it. And I think we probably have personal experience that challenges that assertion. As for the 25%, I thought that the determination was that they were found that it doesn't violate any part of the law or labor law or something like that. So I'll have to revisit that. But what was brought to my attention was the potential problem of having the AMPTP have a say in which of our members get money and which ones don't. Like, why would the AMPTP have a right to determine who gets that 25%? Because we can't make any decisions unilaterally. It's a 50-50 trustee board. So they could stonewall the right thing and only approve the wrong thing. And we may be like, fine, just to get money into some people's hands. But what if they never agree? What happens if it's a 50-50 split? And where does that money sit? And what happens? I don't think that has been satisfactorily addressed. The assumption is that they'll agree. But certainly what we saw happen with the health plan, which was also jointly trusteed between the AMPTP and our union, didn't work out so well for our members. So there's a real issue with having jointly trusteed boards determining which of our members get money and which ones don't, right? So hopefully I answered your questions. I don't know if I missed anything.
Yeah, it just well, it did say that it had to still be determined legally, especially when they only released the 18-pager as opposed to the actual MOU. I was like, well, that's interesting. A whole bunch of people are voting yes, and you don't even know if it's even going to be legal to do so. I don't know why we can't just come up with something like, you owe this much for the first year. Everybody knows when to expect it. Like commercials used to be, you would just re-up them. You owe X amount of dollars. You know, it's just that way. There's no discrimination. There's no concern. There's no worries. It is what it is. But the other thing too, Thomas, I was going to say it was Shidu Graham, who is another AI model. So models are certainly being replaced already without a doubt. And I wrote up a whole bunch of concerns and actually had to post them on my Instagram in hopes that SAG would at least answer me, but they didn't. So yeah, you guys are amazing.
Yeah,
Thank you.
right. It does say in here that the parties acknowledge the producer's success bonus distribution fund, provided that a legal opinion is issued, which makes it sound like it has not yet been issued. That would make sure that we know that it is legal. So yeah, the language does say that we have yet to have such a legal opinion issued, even if I think the preliminary discussion was that it would be legal, but we still are awaiting that. That could, so in theory, we could get an opinion that it's not legal. And then what? What do you do?
And then what happens to that? And then yeah. And there's more and more bundling, by the way. Verizon, I just got an email that they're bundling Max and Netflix with ads, FYI. So how is that configuring into our residuals if there's now ads as well?
Yeah. Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you for being here. And I think just for everybody's benefit, because we still have 27 hands up at this point, obviously, if we want to have another meeting like this, because we want to continue to have a conversation in a space where we can all share these types of feelings with each other, I would love to do that, you know? So just since we started at 6 and we're almost at 10, I think maybe let's go until 10. Is that okay with the panel? And then we'll have another event so that we can continue on from there. And then maybe, I don't know, Heather Ashley, if I can put this work on you to like take down the names of people who are still in line so we can give them priority at the next meeting to have them go first if they can attend. But thank you, Sabrina. Let's go to Michael Davis.
Hi, thank you all for putting this together. My question for you is, in order for us to not have to continue to deal with these same type of what I think are degrading kinds of contracts for us as actors, what exactly happened? Because I've been in the game for quite some time. I remember coming out to LA, took part in the commercial strikes contract. And I've just watched our union, which has so many members, just get dismantled. And I was really hoping that I could have gotten this question in with Anne-Marie Johnson, because she seemed to be so keen on this, but I'm sure you guys are as well. What exactly happened to the union to where, for instance, with commercials, we got the short end of the stick, and now we see the same thing happening with these members that I understand they're all great people and negotiated in great faith and all this stuff. Are they just really bad negotiators? Do they not understand the times? Did they not see what was happening? Like, say, for instance, Orange is the New Black. Did they not see that when Netflix first started, the model became successful when it transitioned? Why now? Why now start to demand residuals? Why not, 8 years ago, 9 years ago? Like, why now? We've lost so much bargaining power. And this truly is the line in the sand for us, as everyone has made clear. I'm just wondering, like, what happened? What happened to the union? And why does it take someone like you, Sean, and others all of a sudden to be smart enough to utilize the technology that we have to aggregate data, to bring people together, and to finally really inform members about what our power is? I think that was part of the problem. Our union never really rallied us to motivate us to be able to understand our full abilities and power. So thank you, first of all. I'm just sorry that it's happening so late in the game. But yeah, is it possible just to give a brief compendium of what occurred to how we lost so much power and at the bargaining table with commercials and also now theatrical?
Yeah. I don't know. You guys want me to take a quick crack at that and then supplement it if you want, because I've been involved for a little while longer. So that's a huge question, brother. That's a humongous question. And it's not a fun answer to give, because that's, of course, been why I've been animated to be involved for 7 years. I was invited in because our union was trying to bring more union work back under union contracts because so much was going non-union. There was an initiative called the Commercial Recapture Initiative, and I was invited in to introduce our union staff to casting directors in the commercial community, because I spent a decade as a commercial casting session director from like 2007 to 2017. And I wrote an article for Backstage about why the union helped save my career and why we have the power, and it got the attention of the higher ups. And David White is the one who got me involved, who was our national executive director before Duncan. And so, you're going to get a lot of different opinions on this because it was so divisive. It's part of the reason why we have a political divide within the union. You're going to get different opinions because people will have different opinions about whether the merger with SAG and AFTRA was done right, or whether it should have happened, or how it should have happened, or whatever. And so it's been really hard for our leadership. But to give you my quick summation of it, we had about, over like a really short period of time, a number of traumatic events that took place within our union. We had a failed merger attempt in the late 90s. We had a commercial strike in 2000. We had a breakdown of the franchise agreement with the ATA, which is the Association of Talent Agents, in 2002, which is why the ATA is exempt from being franchised under a SAG franchise, and why people are using GSAs, and a lot of the biggest agencies are part of that. We had another failed merger in 2004. We had a writers' strike and a expired contract in 2008, led to the merger battle, which ended up in 2012, SAG and AFTRA were merged. So people were on different sides of each of those conflicts and that was a lot to happen over the span of like a dozen years. And so people really kind of got entrenched in these camps. So the union hasn't been functioning for a long time with regards to what is best for the union. The union has been run based on like how to maintain power and how to keep the same people in office and how to make sure that, those people never get control or whatever. And a lot of the people who have been in our leadership are older. We don't have a lot of younger members and diverse members in leadership. We also share leadership across 25 locals across the country, all of which have varying levels of members. Not every local, are the members making their primary living from being SAG-AFTRA performers. So their union membership is kind of something that they're proud of, but it isn't like they may not qualify for benefits as much as members in other locals, whatever. So there's just such a messy, big, problem Some people will say that the commercial strike was extremely effective in 2000, but other people will say it taught the industry how to work with non-union talent, and it led to the 20-year slide where most of the commercials are shot non-union. So it was won in the short term, but lost in the long term. And we don't really have a lot of leverage in that space. It's the celebrities that are really buoying the commercials contract, and because they can do a lot of stuff now with non-union people, like in a 6-second ad, whatever, like money moving to influencers, which is why we try to capture some of that by giving an influencer agreement to try to get a piece of that. But I think the short answer to your question, brother, is we get the leadership that we deserve. If we're not engaged, if we're not participating, if we're not looking at the credentials, if we're only voting for people because they're famous or because some pamphlet told us to or whatever, then you're really not sure what you're going to get. And we've seen that hasn't worked out so well. And what I feel so excited and encouraged about with what we've seen over the past few months is that I think, and I posted this on my kind of quote on your IG, we are so much stronger for this, you guys. This last year, the fact that we have thousands of members that are now proud of their union membership and put their bodies on the lines, the fact that we have hundreds of strike captains that emerged as a whole new community of leaders who are out there keeping everybody safe and now are learning the contract and taking an interest and stepping up into committees, and our staff love it. The fact that there's more inter-union solidarity than there ever has been in the past. We know what these acronyms mean: IATSE, LIUNA, AFM, IBEW, Teamsters, whatever, DJWJ. We know these names now, and we have affinity for those people, and we want to be there for them. And so I think one thing to just put in perspective is that, the people who negotiated the past contracts are not the same negotiators this time. It was actually one of my points I made earlier. We don't know who's going to be on the next NEDCOM. We don't know who's going to be the president, and they're not going to be to blame for what happened this time. That wasn't on their watch. And what happened in 2020, a lot of the people on this negotiating committee were not responsible for that. Duncan wasn't NED, Fran wasn't president. A lot of the negotiating committee this time was new. I certainly wasn't to blame for what happened in 2020. I wasn't on that negotiating committee. I was out there fighting against it 3 years ago, dissenting opinion 2020, which some of the people here that are even in line were leaders of fighting the last contract. And now looking at what was in that contract and what's in this one, it's like, wow, we were fighting over all that stuff 3 years ago. What about now with how much more all of this stuff, the stakes are so much higher. So I think we can't, we can't hold the current leadership accountable for the mistakes of the past. But what we've seen is a lot of the same people have been in power for all of these years. So if you want different results, you may have to get different people. And it can be a challenge to say, who are the good ones and who are the ones that we may want to cycle out? That's for everybody to determine. But I think we've reached a new point where our union is going to be so much stronger for all of this renewed interest, engagement, activism. The fact that all of you came out tonight to talk about a different point of view, you guys are going to be the future. I am so inspired by that because, as soon as you start pointing out what could be better, things are going to improve. Really, that's all I did is I showed up and I said, maybe this could be done better. And I just stuck with trying to do my best. And it's led to me being in a position where I'm on the national board, local board, and I was on the negotiating committee, and I earned people's support to be there. I am concerned, of course, that just by having a different point of view, especially with some of the people that I love and that I've worked really hard in the LA leadership, just because I have a different point of view now, I feel a little like I'm being put in the corner or that I'm being ostracized or, whatever for that. But again, I'm not in leadership for them. I'm in leadership for you. So you'll decide whether you want me to be in leadership. So that's kind of the way that I see it. But Michael, that's really my best effort. I'm going to unmute you because you muted yourself just so you can follow up if you had any follow-up.
No follow-up. I want to help you get to other people. I think that was a great answer. I really appreciate you and all of your efforts. I guess the last thing I will say, though, is on a technological standpoint, there is a lot of opportunity in the world of NFTs and blockchain. I mentioned this to you before. If we can hold off on at least the AI component, there are blockchains where we can make ourselves NFTs and license ourselves out and have access to understand, have immediate information about how we're being used and even down to our nose or our eyes and things like that. And it just seems as if the union rushed into making this AI agreement rather than fully comprehending the technology that's available now and will be available just in the next few months that will create more ownership for us and make it more authentic for us financially as well, in controlling our own livelihoods. But either way, that's neither here nor there. Tomorrow we vote. I know what my vote already is. I just appreciate everybody who's willing to stand out and stand up against this situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. The only thing I'll say is we didn't rush it. We went in with a very strongly worded, you can't do these certain things. Again, once we opened the door and started having a more granular conversation, we made a promise to each other we would not compromise on protecting our members from AI. We made that solid commitment as a negotiating committee. And when we stopped negotiating and the negotiating committee voted on the tentative agreement as is, we knew we were leaving open a dozen or more loopholes. And that's one of the things that I just couldn't support. And that's why I've had the position that I've had. If you're going to open the conversation, you got to finish the conversation. But we didn't finish the conversation. Yeah.
But why did that happen? Were they just scared and willing to capitulate because it was lasting too long? Because I feel like the power is the fact that the shareholders were losing money. The shares were going down for all of these studios and we had them cornered, like they need us. I feel like actors always feel like we need them. And in fact, they need us. Audiences, in fact, as well need us, and this is our chance to show people what we bring to the table, to the world. We help people heal, we help people feel, we help people connect, so this is our chance. And the studios can't operate without us.
Yeah. No, I think the fairest way to answer your question, Michael, is that in my view, there was more gas in the tank and there was more to be done. And I disagree with the strategic decision that was made that ended in this TA. But clearly I was in the minority of the negotiating committee. So it is what it is.
Well, I vote yes for you when you run for president.
Well, let's be fair, Michael. Let's be fair. Some really smart people and really good unionists were basically facing, if they voted no in the negotiating committee, they knew they were going to get outvoted anyway. So what's the value of voting no when they would just be putting themselves in the crosshairs like I have? And then the other thing is, for some people, they're like, the pain is enough. The pressure is overwhelming. We may not be able to get any more. They're threatening to cancel television. That could affect so many members that they basically, made the call. So I'm trying to be as fair with the way I say it as possible, but that's the only way I can try to.
And I'm glad you said that, Sean, because I don't think this is why dissent and the debate part of all of this is important. Because I don't want to undersell what a tough job it is for the negotiating committee members to do that job. Like, what an impossible thing that we have to do every 3 years. And I don't want to use language like the negotiators did a bad job, because that's not what this is. Like, why the dissent and the debate part of this is important is because the NEDCOM goes in and does what they do. And there's they bring it back to us. And because of the way we've been operating, it's this assumption of well, this is it. This is all we could manage because this is what we're showing them. And the whole point of this is that doesn't have to be the dynamic, right? It doesn't, because performers are subjected to so much conditioning from the entertainment industry. We're taught to not ask for things. We're taught to not advocate for ourselves. We're taught that these companies are big, impossible, immovable objects that we can never truly fight against. And performers are also inherently empathetic people. So I imagine that the negotiators did feel the reality of the pressure they were feeling from membership. They were tuned in to the hardships that the work stoppage was causing for our community and for the other creative communities and the sister unions. Of course, that was weighing on all of them. So to your point, Sean, there was a strategic moment where it's maybe let's send this out to the membership, right? Maybe we've run out of gas. And that's a fine moment for them to come to. That's part of their job. And then the next step in the process is sending it to us, and we get to tell them whether or not we're out of gas or not. If the membership decides we're not out of gas, you can keep going. Don't worry, we're fine, do it. That's what this whole conversation the union is supposed to have. That's what it's all about. So my goal and how I view this is that systematically, psychologically, as a community, as a union, we need to be okay with that part of it. So there isn't that crazy pressure of like, oh, we sent it out, we're done. Like, no, take a load off. Maybe the membership wants you to keep going. That's fine. I think like removing that expectation that that first offer has to be the offer, gauging what the membership actually thinks, like it can be really freeing in a way, because this debate didn't have to be sort of like an admonishment of like the work of the NIDCOM. To disagree with aspects of this deal doesn't mean that you think they're bad at serving the union or that they're dum-dums. Like, that's not what this is about. The AMPTP companies are like heartless machines of conglomerates that want to give us as little money and protection as possible. And they had to fight against that as volunteers. So like, yeah, of course that's hard. And I'm empathetic to that. And this is, you know, it just needs to be a more normalized part of the process. It's not a personal attack on any of them to think that there's more to be gotten in this cycle.
Yeah, Thomas, I keep on telling people that just because something has been done over and over the same way doesn't mean that it has to continue being the same way. We can change things. This is our union. It is our choice.
Yeah.
I just wanted to, I know we've got a bunch of hands up and I won't put any pressure on the other panelists to do this. I'm going to put my email in the chat. If you want to ask me a question or you have a question for staff that I can help you get or whatever, please don't hesitate to email me your questions. I know a lot of people put questions in the chat. I will go through the transcript of the chat and try to answer those. If you left your contact information with only a couple people did, but or maybe I'll try to have the answers for the next time we have a meeting. Somebody put like, but the vote's tomorrow. How are we going to have another meeting? Well, you know, we're doing the best we can, right? I know it was just hard with everybody's schedules to get this together. And it wouldn't have even happened if Heather Ashley hadn't been adamant about creating an environment for people to do this. So something's better than nothing in this case. But in order for us to continue having these conversations, I think, you know, regardless of what happens tomorrow, we still will have concerns that we need and challenges we need to solve together. So yeah, I put my email in the chat. Jillian did as well. By all means, contact us and we will help you get the answer that you deserve. So, Eric, thank you so much for your patience, brother.
Oh, I just got to tell you, Sean, Christian, Heather, Jillian, Thomas, it is an honor to be here at this time in history. And I just want you guys to know where I'm coming from. Some of you have heard this. My commitment on behalf of our great union is to protect, manage, and monetize the digital identities of 170,000 SAG-AFTRA performers at the dawn of artificial intelligence, because my digital identity is mine. Now, I've heard some great, strong, powerful, passionate voices today about what will happen if we vote yes or no. Let's now, as Sean said, it's our union. Let's talk about what we can do. And I just want to outline some action steps, whether it's yes or no. If it's no, which is, why people gathered for this meeting, our leadership needs to know why. If you vote no, tell your leadership, communicate why no won, make it clear to our NEDCOM, write it carefully, use AI, whatever it takes, follow up. We have to set our intentions, what we want, not just no, but why no. Ask what they went into the NEDCOM, what they went into the AMPTP with, and what was negotiated. Can we negotiate for those points now? The language is already there. NEDCOM has to bring something better to the table, and we work it out, awesome. And if we can't, we go on strike again, and I'll be holding a sign. I miss some of you guys. Paramount, Amazon, Sony, Netflix. I will be there. Hollywood will be very upset. There will be wrath. No Oscars. Happy holiday, everyone. I got a menorah and a picket sign. Hey, Teamsters. Hey, IATSE. Hey, WGA. March with us. The NEDCOM will go in with what we actually want, and we will take to the streets. Clear? That's action. Now, if yes, I have 2 action items. They're a bit out of the box. Number 1, the informed consent clauses were very thin on purpose. Okay. I submitted a resolution, number 12, because I signed an Activision contract with these consent clauses, and I said, pull them out, pull them all out. And the CARC unanimously supported it. So it's blank. I've sent an email to Duncan Crabtree Ireland tonight.
CCing a whole lot of important people, requesting that he contact Karen Stewart at the ATA, the Association of Talent Agents, get the agents to create the consent clauses for us before the producers set a precedent. Our agencies and their lawyers, our side of the table shows up next week prepared. It's their job. So my call to action, if you are a stunt person or a background person or any other SAG-AFTRA performer without representation, we are crowdsourcing. I'm going to give you my email address. Please share it in the chat as well. pasoja.eric@gmail.com. You probably won't be able to spell it. Sometimes I can't either. So it'll get in the chat. We're crowdsourcing. Talk to your fellow stunt people, fellow background performers. What are you terrified of them doing? What rights do you want to keep? What rights do you demand? For me, as an actor, I would want, you cannot do a buyout, residuals only, because they did that with cable. Make a whole list. Again, pasoja.eric. And the last one, if I may continue, I heard it, I will honor the bell. The last one, if they use a synth, it's our favorite number, page 69 at the bottom. A synth cannot be attributed to any particular person. This is the juiciest number we've possibly could come up with. So we're talking about making a synth too expensive to use for the next few years. My suggestion is that SAG-AFTRA sets a reasonable but impactful price, maybe plus residuals, for the use of every synth. And they're going to use a lot of synth. But a synth can't obviously be paid. And so SAG-AFTRA has to deposit that money and create a fund. None of it can go to the union. This is confirmed. Duncan said it might go to the SAG-AFTRA Foundation. Fran said to go to help dues relief. I say, talk to leadership, talk to trustees, say it should go to fund our healthcare and pension. Scream that out loud. All the synth money goes to healthcare and pension and maybe to pay for some technology of our own. And when that's all paid off, because by the way, that's all SAG-AFTRA producers, pension, and health. It's from the producers. And even if they pay a synth as a person working, there is a pension payment and a health payment at the end of that. Even that could go in. And stunt actors, background, when a digital identity is considered face, voice, and movement by legislation, hear me, stunt people, if they use a mocap file to drive a character and that mocap file cannot be attributed to any particular person, it is a synth, and that's more money. Fight for that.
Thank you, Eric.
Death fund, it can also go to this.
Thank you, Eric. I appreciate that. And I did want everyone to know Eric is now the co-chair of the LA New Technology Committee, and I cannot be more excited to see what you do with that, brother. So congratulations, and can't wait to see how you help with that.
Thank you. Let's do this.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, Susie Duff, please. Susie, if you can get to your unmute button. All right, there we go. There we go.
So sorry, I'm driving on PCH. I hope you can hear me.
We can.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't safely unmute. Thank you to everyone who is on this call, especially to the folks who are outside of the Los Angeles time zone. It's late for us, and I'm so grateful for those of you in other parts of the country. And thank you to everyone in the negotiating committee. Thank you to all of our national board members, and especially to the hosts here. Sean, I so appreciate you putting this together, and I take such hope with the little green plant behind you, the spider plant, as well as the Christmas tree with the star. I'm like, okay, let's just call in all the energies of hope as we continue to go through this. And I actually have 3 questions, and I also would like to comment about something. I just want to give a quick bit of history, and I believe it was Mr. Ochoa, I came in late, who was talking about looking up the history of labor and whether or not what happens when you go back to the table. And just to take that knife out of everyone's gullet, and I'm sorry that I'm repeating this for those of you who know this about me, I am the daughter of big labor. My father represented the Teamsters at the biggest brewery in the world in my hometown of St. Louis, Missouri, Anheuser-Busch, and the machinists at the aerospace manufacturing giant of the world, McDonnell Douglas, in the 60s when I was a little girl. And he was creating these newfangled things called pensions and health plans. And Cass, just so that you know, You can go out on strike before the end of a contract. It's illegal. It's called a wildcat strike. And my father led about 1 billion of them in the bloody days of the 60s, of labor unrest, as they called it in the 60s. And you do a wildcat when you have lost faith in your union leadership. Okay. And so when my father was going to Gussie Bush, the grandson of Augustus A. Bush, and saying, we want to have a pension and a health plan. And they were saying, what? You know, my father said to the Teamsters, you guys go out, I'll go to jail for you. My father went to jail on this kind of stuff. So it can be done. It's illegal. I'm not recommending it. I'm just making sure that you have, but it can be done. It's illegal. I'm going to say that again, but that's the history. The other history is I grew up hearing people say to my my Irish father, Mr. Lawyer, go back to the table. And that's when the Teamsters and the machinists won everything to begin with. They wanted to go back for more. You can go back all the time. I can't give you the history back to the 30s like Mr. Ochoa was saying he didn't go back to, but I can go to the 60s for you in a second. So the giant swings of labor in the 60s went back and back and back and back and back to the table all the time, and restruck and restruck and restruck. And keeping us dumb about labor history is part of the design, in my experience, of the current status of labor in this country. And I so appreciate Anne Marie Johnson making the distinction that our staff is not our leadership. And I would amplify that by begging everyone to stop referring to the union unless you're referring to yourself. We are the union. Our staff is supposed to work for us. It is the bass-backwards exact opposite here. The staff calls the shots here. And to the gentleman's question as to how did this happen? When you have a 21% voter turnout, if you're lucky, year after year after year, Sean is absolutely 1,000% correct. You get the leadership that you deserve. And so this apathy within the union has been what the dream of the producers to create these horrible contracts, which we don't even understand. And to whomever said that, who said, if you have to hear from your union leadership or your staff, well, you know, you can ask your lawyer about that. That's a bad contract right there. That's a bad contract. So
thank you, Susie. Can we get to your question? Because we've gone over, but I really appreciate hearing your voice.
Absolutely. Thanks, Sean.
Yeah.
And I also, Sean, just really want to thank you for keeping everybody on the straight and narrow about speaking respectfully when we disagree with each other instead of wanting to hurt the people with whom we disagree. I so appreciate you reining that in and keeping state of grace here.
Thank you,
3 questions. 1, who are the sources, the third-party sources that were vetted, and what was the result of that vetting to tell us what this AI technology actually is and how safe is it to use, and what is it exactly doing to our tissues? Who is it that the negotiating team spoke with about that information that we must technology to use? And forget.
You're breaking up.
Okay.
We can't hear you.
Sorry.
Can you repeat that?
Yes, ma'am. It's the vicissitudes of where the mountains meet the ocean. So sorry. I said, the negotiating team, who did you guys speak with? A trusted outside third-party source to tell us exactly what is the technology that scans us. How does it affect our tissues? How safe is it? Who did you guys speak with? And what did you find out about that? Let me guess. No one. Am I correct?
Well, I can't answer that definitively because there were conversations that Jeff Bennett, who's our general counsel, who's been kind of the lead on our staff side of these issues, you know, he's been working on this stuff for 10 years, which is why we had that wonderful first proposal across the table, basically saying you can't do a lot of this stuff.
Yes, sir.
And so I don't know who he spoke with. We did have outside advisors. Justine Bateman obviously has been very publicly outed as one of them, but she was not included until the very end of the process. She was stopped being consulted a few weeks before. I don't even remember the last time she was involved in the process, but she certainly says that she was disinvited from continuing to participate and did not know what was in the final language. We had a member on the negotiating committee who we all looked to for guidance, who worked in this space, and so we really relied on their guidance. Apart from that, I can't name any additional third-party sources. Certainly none were presented to the negotiating committee. And so perhaps Duncan and Jeff and others had conversations with other third-party sources, but the negotiating committee, who, as we all know, it's our decision, we were not given the benefit of whatever those other meetings would have been.
And what concerns me, Sean, God love you, thank you for that answer, nor did you ask for it. And that's what concerns me. And yes, I find it vulgar to hear people talk about how dumb actors are. Okay, there's so many smart hearts and so many smart minds on this call and so many smart folks in this union. However, what we are really good at is telling stories. We don't know about negotiating techniques necessarily, or tactics necessarily, or formulas necessarily, which is why I think it is a mistake that we have a negotiating team that is not comprised of professional negotiators, in addition to, with the help of, with the aid of, sitting elbow to elbow with our performers. So there's that. In other words, there was probably no outside source that was contacted to say, oh, this stuff is completely safe, because if it was, they'd be screaming that from the mountaintops.
That's right.
So
and to your point, and once again, to kind of reiterate what I said earlier, our first, pass across the table was very clear. You can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. And then as soon as we engaged in the conversation of, well, what if we let you do this? We didn't finish that conversation, and we certainly didn't have exhaustive consultation with anybody. And I think what I was really looking forward to from the membership when they got their hands on this language is the hive mind going to work and being like, did you think about this? Did you think about that? What about this? What if this happens? Because we don't know it all, and we really need the brilliance of the entire membership and community to tell us what we may have missed. And that's why I think this ratification process is so important. Anyway, please, Susie, continue with your other questions. I know we're past time, and I want to make sure we get your other questions.
Yes, sir, thank you. And I'm trying to go 200 miles an hour. So, okay. Can you tell me roughly what percentage of the negotiators, either of the 17 voting members or the 17 We Have a Voice members, were currently hired in AMPTP shows?
I mean, it was what, 4 or 5 or something? I mean, anybody can grab the list of who was publicly put out there and look up whether they're currently employed on any AMPTP shows. But, it's about 5 or something like that I'm aware of, but it could be more.
Right. Big problem. Big conflict of interest.
And I guess it also depends what you mean by employed, right? Because some people, for example, Fran is the executive producer of her own show, and she's in talks with Sony about, rebooting or doing another nanny thing or something like that. So it's like whether somebody's actively employed or has an active deal in progress or something, it really kind of depends how you define it.
Absolutely. It's called, any way you define it, in my view, it's called conflict of interest. And my third question is, the fuzzy math that you spoke of, and maybe this should be the topic of another time, how we went from it being touted that we got $1 billion in extra money to $775 million. I heard you also, Sean, on the Sam whatever blank thing 2 weeks ago.
Report. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, sir. And I even replayed it and went, okay, I don't even get, how did we get whittled down like this? I was like, I'm visual, so, but I mean, without the benefit of, charts and graphs and whistles and bells, I was like, what?
No, it's not actually that hard to understand. And I do want to, this gives me a good opportunity just to say that it's, to me, my view, the strike was absolutely essential, because if we had signed what we had on the table in July, we would be in such a worse position. So nobody should doubt for a second that our strike was not worthwhile. It absolutely was. My only feeling is that we went off it in the wrong way and too quickly, and we didn't exhaust all of our leverage that we could have to get some of these things buttoned up. But that being said, the problem with pattern bargaining and us just accepting whatever the AMPTP offered DGA and WGA in terms of wage increases for the last 40 years is that we never, this is what we were told, discovered that they value it differently than we do, the economic value of it. Because as long as we accept their 3% or their 2% wage increase, they're not going to, quibble with us about what they value it at versus what we value it at, because they got what they wanted. They were able to keep us at that small amount. But what happened is when we were going for 11%, as of when we called the strike, it started out as 15. By the time it was strike time, it was down to 11, and we settled at 7. But just the fact that we were breaking pattern, we were getting above the 5% that the WGA and DGA got. They dropped a bomb on us that said, we actually value this at like 1.3 billion, not 800 million. And we're like, why is there this $500 million discrepancy between your numbers and our numbers? And they said, well, because we're applying that 7% wage increase across all members, even if they work over scale. So basically what they were saying is if you're working for 100 grand a year and they increase minimum wage by 7%, they're suddenly going to have to pay you $107,000 a year, which is not how being paid a salary over scale works. It's not like every star making 20 million a picture is suddenly going to get 20 million plus 7% or whatever as a result of us raising the minimum wage. But that's how they were valuing it. And it was a $500 million discrepancy. So according to their valuation in July, it was worth $1 billion. According to ours, it was worth $775 million. The problem is the union didn't know about the difference in valuation approach. So they never called out the AMPTP back in July, like, no, sorry, it's only worth $775 million. So when we see language from the employers in July saying it's worth $1 billion, and then our union is like 4 or 5 months later, we got you $1 billion. People are like, what, that was what we had on the table before the strike. So what happened? The reality is we did get more in terms of increases, from what we fought for over the course of the strike. About half of that is in the form of this streaming bonus that some of us feel we may never see. So then we maybe only got like 120 million over where we were pre-strike versus where we are now, as opposed to about 240 million if you include the streaming bonus to that. So that's the difference there, Susie. It was how they were applying the wage increase to all performers, regardless of whether they were working for minimums or over scale.
Horrifying. Okay, well, thank you so much for that explanation. And again, this is why we need professional negotiators who can call this stuff out instantly and say, wake up, little Susies. Here's how the cow is really chewing the cabbage here. And the final Jeopardy point I just want to make, if we do this again, Sean, you did, again, such a great job putting this together and keeping us kind. I would also beg you to consider anytime you hear, because this is such a great, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. Anytime a term of art or technical term is said by anybody, ask them to define it, like, condition of employment or, blah, 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 so that, because we can only go as fast as the slowest person in the room. And there's all levels of knowledge on here. And I would just ask all of us to be cognizant of that, so that if we don't speak and define our terms as we go, if you could have an ear to that, whoever is the facilitator, I think it would be great. Bless you. And thank you everybody for this, and be well.
Thank you so much, Susie. Really great to hear
Sean,
from you. Yeah.
Sean, I have a quick question or a proposal. I know we're going past that time for the people we talked before. I don't want to have to extend it if no one else wants to extend, but if we do extend, could we possibly ask anyone who hasn't voted to kind of prioritize those who haven't voted yet to ask their question? So I feel like they probably have some more urgent need to get some questions answered than others who've already voted. Is that something we could prioritize if we're going to continue?
Yeah, I think, being at almost 15 after, I think we should wrap things up, and then we can always have another meeting. In the meantime, I think everybody's put their contact information into the chat to be able to, contact us with your questions. And I really do want to hear from everybody else who's there, but with 22 more, we probably still have a couple hours, left to go to be able to do all that. And so, I did see that we got, I just really appreciate these. A lot of these names I see in the list, I recognize, and some that I don't. Bill Yarbro is our national board member from Nashville. Bill, did you want to say something to everybody quickly? I don't want to presume what you're going to say, but did you want to?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Did anybody get 4 postcards?
A lot of us did. Yeah.
I think I got 2.
Well, you voted, see. When they said that Fran and Duncan were updated every day, they had a running total. So I'm waiting for my 4th card. So I'll have to vote after 2 p.m. tomorrow. And I want everybody to not to forget that it's Christmas, and to make your wish, and may all your wishes come true.
Thank you, Bill.
And God bless everybody. And I'm one of the 10 that on the national board. That was my first vote. And I got a lot of pushback for it.
Why did
at
you,
my
do you
local.
want to, Bill, I wasn't sure if you were going to share that with everybody, but can you share with everybody briefly why you voted no?
Well, what did it take them 20 minutes to put the presentation up? And then they said vote. I've been printing and studying every day since then. And I'm not 100% sure what's in here. You know? So, and you can tell if they're really worried if they sent 3 postcards. 2 big ones and a small one. Now, if there's one in there tomorrow, but my, the president, the old president and the new president, they were just going to hound me. So I just said, I voted no. Because I'm a slow reader. So I've been studying ever since then, every day, and doing Zooms and I just know the AMPT since 1984, and they're a line. They drive, they can drive a semi through a gnat hole.
Yeah. So and
that was pretty rude.
I think that was part of it. Yeah, just to clarify too, Bill Bro, and thank you so much for being willing to share that with everybody, because it's none of our jobs to out anybody for how.
Well, that's the last time I'm going to tell anybody, and I wanted to tell them. I was going to ask them, "Why did you vote for me for national board?" I was wound up, and then I said, "Path of least resistance."
Well, just to clarify too, what Bill Bro just said, because Jillian was part of that as well. The national board meeting was initially only scheduled for 2 hours. One of our LA leaders got them to extend it by an hour, and they had already had a press conference scheduled right after the meeting. So they were really intent on getting it done as soon as possible. It took them an hour to get through their opening remarks and 2 more hours just for Ray, our chief contracts officer, to go through a 28-page document that we had.
Yeah, but it's speed, warp speed.
It was 28 pages of a larger font of the summary that ended up going out to the membership. So we saw what the membership saw Sunday night.
Yeah. And so, the 18-pager and bigger font, so 28-pager, which we were given, a half hour, 45 minutes before the meeting?
It was at 11, I think it was 11:20 a.m. We got 40 minutes to see it before we went.
I didn't even get it.
So the point being, and then even with, an hour of, questions with the negotiating committee and then another hour without the negotiating committee, clearly the national board, many of the national board members were voting on something that they did not have time to adequately understand. I mean, if
a rubber stamp if you voted yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Anyway, thank you, Bill Bro, for being here.
Thanks for letting me be last. Everybody keep your spirits up and hope your wishes come true for Christmas.
Yeah. Thank you, brother.
And it's not over till they count the votes.
Before we end
we'll have the answer this time tomorrow.
We will. Before we end it, I would just love to have our panelists all just share any kind of parting thoughts. So maybe we could start, Thomas, with you, and we'll end with Heather Ashley.
This has been a fun ride. I'm so glad that we were able to gather like this tonight. I think Erica said it really well. Like, what a vibe, right? Like, calm and respectful, and just talking about things that should be okay to talk about, and asking questions that should be okay to ask as a community and as a membership. I think that dissent is always an option, and it should always be considered an option. And I look forward to doing my part to help ensure that this part of the process is a part that we keep holding space for all the years down the road. We heard a lot tonight about sort of the history of things and all of that, and how things have gone and why we ended up where we are and whatever. But in the past, right? Like those of us who care about course correcting and doing things like this and respecting the process in a new, different way or a more intense and intentional way, like that's great. And we have the power to do that. And I think it was a really important thing that we all did tonight. So thanks for having us.
Thank you, Thomas, for being here. Christian, please.
Thank you everyone for being here. I've been in the chat talking to as many of you as possible. I think the biggest thing I want to make sure we touch on, and I think it won't be able to be me to answer this, but maybe Heather, Ashley, or Sean, you can answer the question about how do people get access to this recording so they can share it or watch it later. Also, how do people, I think the big question for some people are, how do we let the union know how they feel about this contract, no matter what happens tomorrow? If it passes, they still have concerns, and they should have a valid way of letting the union know that. And if it's a no, they have concerns that they definitely want the negotiating committee to think about. So I'll just give that to you two real quick. But I will say, to part ways, to say thank you everyone for coming. I really appreciate you being here. It's crazy we still have over 200 people on this Zoom this late. I know there's people in New York. I know there's people in Chicago, and you're all so dedicated to this union. It just makes me so proud. It makes me so excited to see our union at this level, at this stage. And even though we may disagree in this room or in this Zoom in some regards of what's important and what's not important for our membership, I'm just so happy we're engaged. I think that's what's important. It's just we're all engaged and that we're all able to share our opinions and our thoughts. And I know some of you didn't get a chance to do that today, but please scroll up the chat and find all of our emails. Anybody who hasn't voted, please email at least one of us on this panel tonight so you can get your question answered. If I don't have the question right away, I will make sure I find an answer for you before tomorrow, 5 p.m. I promise you that. But please make sure you get your questions answered so that you feel well informed so you can make an informed vote. But thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Christian. Jillian?
Oh boy. I just want to thank everyone for being here and for having an open heart and an open mind. I know for a lot of people, they've felt very closed off from the rest of the membership during this. And I just don't think that's how we should be and how we need to move forward together. So thank you for coming and for being respectful to each other. And I hope that you continue having this level of engagement. I hope that this doesn't go away. Whatever way this goes down tomorrow, all it means is that we have work to do. Either way, that's it. So please continue staying engaged, get involved, whatever local you're in, get involved in committees, get involved with fellow members, continue to have your voice heard because this is your union. And all of us who are up here, who are elected and who have been speaking tonight, we're only here because you put us here. So please just continue being involved and engaged. And I vote with your heart. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Jillian. Heather Ashley, why don't you take us out? Oh, yep.
Sean, just so you know, is it possible, I'm getting multiple questions from people about residuals, if we even get residuals right now. So can somebody just answer that real quick? Just say, do we get residuals right now? If that's a yes, is it comparable to what we would get with the bonus?
Yeah,
is the bonus supplementing what we should be getting? That's
the bonus,
what they're really wondering.
If you get the bonus, it would be on top of what you already get as residuals. So yeah, this is not replacing residuals. This would theoretically be on top of what you would ordinarily get with residuals. And we did have gains in this contract with regards to increasing the residuals for subscription-based video on demand. And we did get minimums established and residuals for AVOD, which is advertising supported video on demand. It's not equal to SVOD because we didn't even, all of AVOD was freely bargained before this. And so we did accomplish at least getting minimums and scale. And after a 26-week free, viewing period on AVOD, there are a distributor's gross base residual that takes place made for AVOD. But yes, any streaming bonus would be on top of the residuals you got. And there were increases to residuals in this deal. Great. Heather Ashley, please take us home.
Yes, I just wanted to thank everyone for coming and for Sean for being receptive to this and all of the participants in the Zoom. Just really appreciate this. And it's been great to hear everyone's thoughts on everything. And I hope we continue this dialogue even beyond tomorrow, especially around things like AI. I would like to mention, if people came in late or didn't hear, on Friday, I hosted a Zoom specifically focused around AI with some experts. We had an expert from MIT. He's a postdoc. He works with Max Tegmark in AI safety. And I encourage everyone to watch that if you have not already. It's very educational. It's not really opinion-based. Tonight was pretty much, opinion-based, people getting a chance to talk about how they feel, their concerns and everything. But the Zoom from Friday is available through the link in my bio on Instagram. I'm Heather_Ashley. It's also on Stake Out AI on their YouTube page. But yeah, I encourage everyone to watch that just to kind of educate yourself on AI and the concerns and all of where this may be headed in a short period of time. But I look forward to continuing a lot of the discussions that we had tonight.
Have a great night, everybody. Thank you for being with us and being engaged.
Good night. Bye.